Yeah.
No, that is not Miss Cornfeld. She's not here yet. She'll be here in a moment. She'll be here in a moment.
That's not something I'm aware of.
Well, excuse me a moment.
I don't know. I didn't see it, but I'm sure it'll be here.
That's not her.
Good morning, everyone. Mr. Call your first witness, please.
Your Honor, this morning, the Commission will continue its performance analysis of the Internal Affairs Division. Ms. Kornfeld will be with us in a moment, and I would ask the Commission
She's here.
to call her next witnesses, please.
Ms. Kornfeld, you may proceed.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask that you swear in all four witnesses at the same time. This segment of the hearings will be presented to the commissioners as a round table.
Now raise your right hands, please. Do each of you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please be seated.
Commissioners, to save time, what we will do is introduce each of the witnesses briefly at the beginning. Sergeant Weber, you testified here on Monday, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
You're currently a member of the department?
Yes, I am.
Could you remind the commissioners how long you've been a member of the department?
I've been a member for 28 years.
And what position have you held in the last 10 years?
I've been the executive officer of the record section, supervisor of the action desk, and at times commanding officer of the record section and action desk.
Sergeant Ferguson, could you please tell the commissioners, are you a former member of the New York City Police Department?
29 years.
Can you please state your full name for the commissioners?
Kenneth R. Ferguson,
What was your rank upon retirement?
Sergeant.
And where were you assigned prior to your retirement?
Manhattan South Field Internal Affairs Unit.
Would each of you please bear in mind that you're to speak directly into the microphone so that we can hear you easily?
And Sergeant Ferguson, how long were you in Manhattan South FIAU?
13 years.
Ms. Shea, can you please identify yourself for the commissioners?
Doris Shea.
You currently employed at the Mullen Commission?
Yes, I am.
What is your position there?
I'm a senior investigator.
Where were you employed prior to that?
The New York City Department of Investigation.
And what was your position there?
I was also a senior investigator there as well.
And how many years were you there?
4 years.
Mr. Machado, you also testified for the commissioners on Monday. Were you a former lieutenant in the New York City Police Department?
Yes, I was.
How long were you a member of the department?
For 24 years.
Could you please just remind the commissioners briefly of some of the assignments that you held during your years in the department?
The abbreviated version, I was a police officer and detective in the narcotics division. I worked as an undercover and an investigator. I was a detective in the Bronx DA squad. I was a sergeant on patrol and a lieutenant in the narcotics division and the organized crime investigation division.
Sergeant Weber, are you aware that for the past few months the Commission has conducted an analysis of IAD's performance?
Yes, I am
And
aware of that.
how are you aware of that?
The Mullen Commission has subpoenaed records to the IAB, and I was the individual responsible for producing the records that the Mullen Commission subpoenaed. I found that to be a very difficult task to do.
Why was that?
Well, the computer, which was the area which was my resource for producing that record, wasn't totally complete. The data wasn't completely entered, and I was forced to resort to a manual system often to produce the accurate statistics.
And had some of those statistics that the Commission had requested, had all of those statistics been compiled previously?
Not to my knowledge.
And how do you know that?
Well, as the commanding officer of the record section, I have never seen a request to my office prior to the Mullen Commission for requests for those specific type of datas.
And was that also because you manually had to pull some of those numbers together yourself for the first time?
Yes, because of the difficulty of retrieving that information from the computerized system due to the inefficiency of the system and the lack of entry, I had to resort, like I said before, to a manual research to produce the document for the Mullen Commission.
Were all the numbers that were sent to the Commission accurate the first time they were sent?
No, they were not.
Could you explain that to the commissioners?
Well, the computerized system unfortunately had a limitation of retrievability, usually 2 or 3 years from the present date. The Mullen Commission had asked me for information and records dating back to about 1992. Therefore, the computerized system did not allow me to search further back. And also, even in the present years, I did not have accurate statistics because many of the entries were not accurately made by the staff personnel assigned to the various units that were responsible to enter case closings.
When you say that the Mullen Commission had asked you for documents, you mean through formal requests that we made to the department?
Yes, they acted under an executive officer of the mayor, and that order was forwarded to a staff position lieutenant, who then forwarded that request to me, and I was responsible to produce those documents.
Sergeant Weber, who decides how corruption cases should be allocated between the FIAUs and IAD?
That would be the commanding officer of the Internal Affairs Division.
And who determines the nature of the cases that IAD will retain and the nature of the cases that will be sent to the FIAUs?
That is the responsibility of the commanding officer of the Internal Affairs Division.
Based on your personal knowledge, when the commanding officers are deciding how to allocate cases between IAD and the FIAUs, are they aware of the number of investigators and the resources available to the FIAUs prior to January of '93?
Yes, the commanding officers of Internal Affairs Division are fully aware of the personnel and resources. That information is given to them by a staff supervisory unit.
I'd like to turn for the commissioners to the empirical data at this point. Let's begin with the investigative capacity of IAD and the FIUs over the past 5 years. Ms. Shea, could you tell the commissioners how many investigators IAD had on average over the past 5 years?
Approximately 150.
Is that a cumulative total or at any given time?
That's a cumulative total.
Thank you.
And how many investigators were responsible or handled investigations at IAD?
That's 90 investigators.
Sergeant Weber, is that consistent with your knowledge as someone in IAD for the past almost?
Yes, that is consistent.
And Ms. Shea, approximately how many officers in the FIAUs were investigating corruption cases?
270.
I thought when I spoke to Chief Sullivan earlier on that he suggested that they were not really, for the most part, corruption cases that went to FIAU. They were, for the most part, infractions. Is that your understanding, or do you have a different definition of corruption?
No, my understanding is, reviewing these records that
I
I've...
can't hear you.
We can't hear you. Okay, sorry.
I think it's the other one.
Okay.
More important. Both.
Okay. My understanding is I reviewed a lot of these files, hundreds of IAD files. I strictly reviewed the IAD files, and I have found that they have... IAD retained approximately 30% of abuse of department regulations. I did not look at the FIAU cases.
Ms. Shea, though, did you look at the categories of cases and how they were categorized the FIUs were getting?
Yes, I did.
And based upon that, could you tell Commissioner Baer about the nature of those FIAU cases? Were they corruption cases?
Yes, they were corruption cases. They were receiving the more serious corruption cases.
Sergeant Ferguson, you've been in an FIAU, you said, for many years. Could you tell the Commissioner briefly about the nature of the cases that the FIU is handling?
The investigations that I was conducting were extremely serious.
Okay.
Most of them, I'd say, the bulk involved the sale or use of narcotics by police officers.
Well, maybe I misunderstood Chief Sullivan, although I doubt it. Thank you.
Okay, now we've got the investigative capacity for each year. What you said was there were about 90 investigators at IAD investigating cases, approximately 270 FIAU investigators. So the FIAUs then had 3 times as many investigators as IAD. What about their caseload, Ms. Shea? How many more cases did the FIAUs have than IAD each year?
Approximately 4,700.
Okay, let's first start, though, with just the cases that they got each year. How many cases did IAD retain each year on average?
Approximately 229.
Not open cases,
Not open.
cases that came in each year. Would that be about 133?
Oh, IAD, I'm sorry, I apologize. Yes, 133.
And how did you derive that number?
That was data supplied to us by the New York City Police Department.
And how many cases on average were the commanding officers of IAD sending out to the FIAUs each year?
Approximately 200. May I refer to my chart, please?
Yes.
Approximately 4,700.
Okay, I think that's open cases. But what we're asking at this point is the number of cases each year that IAD sent to the FIUs. Department records seem to indicate 2,500. Is that consistent with your understanding?
2,500, that's consistent.
Okay. So despite the fact that IAD had 90 investigators, it was retaining 133 cases on average each year?
That's correct.
Despite the fact that the FIUs had about 270 cases, they were investigators, they were sending out approximately 2,500 cases to them each year?
Yes, that's correct.
Now let's turn to the open cases to get a sense of the total number of cases that the FIAU and IAD were handling. How many open cases did IAD have each year, Ms. Shea? And I'd like to refer the commissioners to this chart.
Is this IAD 229?
So they had each year on average 229 cases with 90 investigators. How many cases did the FIAUs have, total open cases?
Approximately 4,700.
Approximately 4,700. And so, Ms. Shea, for IAD, how many cases was the average IAD investigator handling?
Approximately 2.5 per investigator.
And how many cases was the average FIAU investigator handling?
18 cases.
And for the patrol bureau FIAUs, on average, how many cases were they handling per investigator?
Approximately 22.
How many?
22?
Sergeant Ferguson, you were in Manhattan South FIAU for 13 years. What was the impact of this volume of cases on the FIAU?
They were certainly overloaded. I know in 1990, 1991, and 82, I personally conducted approximately 40 investigations. In addition, I was a supervisor of a team of detectives. Each one of those detectives had 25 cases.
And could they handle that volume of cases effectively?
No, it's not possible. My commanding officer would come in once or twice a week with a couple of cases, case folders, and drop them on my desk. And each one was always an important case, more important than the ones that were dropped the week before. Those cases were falling off my desk.
Could you repeat that again for the commissioners? They weren't able to hear your last sentence.
The cases were falling off my desk.
And by falling off your desk, do you mean you didn't have an opportunity to investigate them as you would have liked?
Well, as the Commission knows, or maybe doesn't know, I was the supervisor in charge of the Alan Brown investigation. I was also his arresting officer. That case consumed my entire team for 3 or 4 months.
Sergeant, since you bring up the Alan Brown case, do you know who gave the orders for the arrest of Officer Brown at the time that he was arrested?
It came from, as far as I know, it came from higher-ups.
What does that mean?
It means that I felt that my commanding officer, although he was the one who told me to scrap that case, that's the way I feel about it, a case that had great potential, that he was not in favor of that.
Well,
So,
who was your commanding officer at the time?
at that time, Captain Greg Miley.
Now, you say it had great potential. It had great potential for what?
There were a lot of other names of officers mentioned during that investigation that we expected to possibly arrest also with Alan Brown.
I mean, about whom there had been indications of, or allegations of corruption.
Yes, narcotics corruption. And that case was certainly prematurely closed.
You were opposed to closing that case at the time?
I definitely was.
And did you state that position to your superiors?
Yes, I did.
Were you given any reason why that case was ordered to be closed?
I think the reason mentioned was that they didn't want Alan Brown walking around the streets with a gun when he had committed felonies involving cocaine. But Alan Brown was a police officer for, I think, 11 years, and he was out there for a long time.
Well, when you had this conversation with your captain, and he essentially agreed with you, did he tell you who it was that had given him the order so that you would go and make that arrest?
Not specifically.
Well, how about generally?
Generally, I worked for a captain who worked for a two-star chief. I reported to him, and I know he reported to the chief and kept him abreast of every part of that investigation. And who the chief conferred with, I have no idea.
Who was the two-star chief?
I believe it was Chief Walsh.
Sergeant, I believe that in the course of that investigation, the Office of the District Attorney in New York County became involved, did it not?
Yes, sir.
And at the time that the directions came through to arrest Officer Brown when you did, was the Assistant District Attorney in charge of the investigation consulted?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall what his position was?
He was furious, but I don't think he was able to stop it. In fact, his investigators were present when we took Alan Brown.
But he indicated to you his anger and his opposition to that decision?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Had you been out on the island to essentially look to where you were going to put your cameras when this barbecue was to take place?
Yes, sir. I made sketches of that residence and the area.
So it is clear the island referred to as Staten Island, I believe. Is that right?
Yes, where Brown lived, I assume, right?
Yes, sir.
And you showed them that you had done all of this and indicated that there were many other policemen who were indeed at least suspects in what you thought would be an investigation that would come to fruition if they waited another few weeks and you were still overruled.
That's correct.
Thank you.
You may continue, Ms. Kornfeld.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to turn back now to the caseload in Manhattan South FIAU. Sergeant, did you have the quality and the quantity of equipment that you needed to effectively investigate the corruption cases that you had?
No, we did not.
Could you elaborate for the commissioners on that, please?
I had been asking for some equipment for a good many years. One of the items I had asked for a long time was a camera with a data back capability, so that when you take a picture of someone in the act, it stamps the time and date right on the picture. It's a good piece of evidence. Never got that. We had a video camera. Matter of fact, I think this video camera is still in use, that requires a full day's charging before we could use it. And I'd say it must have been about that big. It took 2 people were required to carry it.
Indicating about
Cecil B. DeMille
3
type
yards
of.
wide.
A lot of times it didn't work, and it was only due to the technical expertise of some of the people in my team that made that camera work. And that camera was also used in the Brown investigation.
And Sergeant, was equipment like that necessary to carry out the kind of investigations that you were responsible for?
Yes, they were.
And what impact did that have on the quality of your investigations?
The equipment was a joke. The automobiles
Try to keep your voice up, please, Sergeant.
the automobiles that we had, Judge, were the same. I think we had 2 cars for 25 investigators, and everybody knew who those cars belonged to. Even the average citizen knew we were the police. It didn't take a drug addict or a drug dealer or another police officer to recognize the fact that we were the police.
In other words, if one of your men or you yourself was conducting a surveillance in that automobile, the subject of surveillance would be likely to know that he was being surveilled by the IAD?
Judge, we were lodged in the 17th precinct in Manhattan, and many times I had to walk past the subject that I was going to follow.
Sergeant Ferguson, was this unusual to Manhattan South FIU, these conditions?
No, it's not unusual. It's routine.
And how do you know that?
I was there.
Let's continue now with the IAD performance for a few moments. I'd like to turn now to the nature of cases that IAD was retaining over the past few years. Ms. Shea, do you recall that when Chief Sullivan testified here on Monday, he said that the types of cases that IAD was responsible for investigating were the complex, serious, sensitive, and multi-borough cases?
Yes, I do.
And have you reviewed the nature of the cases that IAD was retaining?
Yes, I did.
And were your findings consistent with Chief Sullivan's statement?
No, they were not.
Could you explain to the commissioners why that is?
I reviewed many, many cases, and according to these cases, I found approximately 30% were abuse of department regulations and minor misconduct cases.
Could you explain to the commissioners what you mean by abuse of department regulation? And I'd like to refer them also to this chart that's just been put up.
Some examples were sleeping on the job, drinking on the job while on duty, being off post, misusing a police plaque to evade tolls, free pizza, working out in a gym while on duty, etc.
And of the 5% of the corruption cases that IAD retained each year, is your testimony today that approximately 30% of those cases fell into the categories that you just described?
That's correct.
Sergeant Weber, do you recall Chief Sullivan testifying yesterday that cases like, on Monday, that cases like sleeping on the job, misusing department vehicles, etc., would not even get corruption numbers?
Yes, I did recall that.
And despite that, in approximately 30% of all cases that IAD retained, those cases not only got C numbers, but they were being retained and investigated by IAD?
Yes, I am aware of that.
Was that the way the system was supposed to work?
The mandate that was invoked for the Internal Affairs Division is that the Internal Affairs Division would carry only serious misconduct and multi-borough complex investigations, and it would not apply to the minor misconduct that you just brought forth.
Have you had an opportunity to review that 30% of cases that Ms. Shea is referring to?
Yes, the Mullen Commission subpoenaed me just prior to this hearing, and I was shown the 30% cases.
And do you agree with the conclusions of Ms. Shea that approximately 30% of those cases were minor misconduct, or what you've referred to in previous testimony as White Sox types of cases?
Yes, the 30% did not involve serious or complex investigations.
Ms. Shea, what about the other 70% of the cases that IAD was retaining? Could you tell the commissioners briefly about the nature of those cases?
Some of them were of a serious nature, but the majority were not. They were not complex, nor were they serious, and I didn't find any cases that were multi-boroughs.
What about narcotics cases, Ms. Shea? We've heard testimony that that's the primary corruption hazard today. Approximately what percentage of the cases that IAD was retaining were narcotics cases?
They were retaining 22% of narcotics.
22% were narcotics. And what percent were abuse of department regulation and minor misconduct?
30%.
So they were keeping more
They were keeping more abuse of department regulations versus narcotics, which is a very serious corruption hazard.
Sergeant Ferguson, was it your understanding that IAD was supposed to be retaining and investigating cases of a serious and complex nature?
I find it hard to believe, considering some of the cases that I had. They were really serious stuff.
The cases that you had, you mean in the FIAU?
Yes.
Okay. Sergeant Weber, based on the facts that have been presented just now by Ms. Shea, would you say that IAD, at least in part, had abandoned its mission to retain and investigate corruption allegations of a serious, complex, and multi-borough nature?
Well, that would be based upon the statistics and the empirical evidence that's shown.
Well, what is your conclusion based on the empirical evidence?
Well, I'm just looking at a statistical report that was shown to me. I did not have an opportunity to do an in-depth study of every particular case, nor am I aware of every mitigating factor that's involved in the decision about these cases.
But, Sergeant, based upon the evidence that we've just heard now, based upon the fact that approximately 30% of all these cases were abuse of department regulation and minor misconduct, would you say that in part IAD had abandoned its mission to investigate serious, complex, multi-borough cases?
Yes.
I'd like to turn now to the cases that the FIAUs were handling. Sergeant Ferguson, I'd just like to ask you to reconfirm, you said about the 95% of the cases that the FIAUs were keeping. Could you just tell the commissioners briefly the nature of those cases?
Well, I can only talk about the cases that I was getting, and in my estimation, they were serious. During the course of the Brown investigation, I had a number of other serious narcotics investigations that I thought were closed prematurely. I think mostly because we just couldn't give them the attention that they deserved.
Ms. Shea, you said before that approximately 30% of the IAD cases were abuse of department regulation, White Sox type cases. Have you had an opportunity to determine that for the FIAUs?
Yes, I did, approximately 15%. For abuse of department regulations.
15%, you mean, of all FIAU cases fell into the category of abuse of department regulations?
That's correct.
As opposed to approximately 30% for IAD?
That's correct.
What about for more serious corruption categories, Ms. Shea, like crime, narcotics, and stolen property? Could you tell the commissioners how the cases broke down, IAD versus the FIAUs there?
FIU was approximately 64% versus IAD 50%.
So again, the FIAUs had a higher percentage of cases in those serious categories than IAD?
Yes, they were.
And despite that, they had the kind of resources that Sergeant Ferguson just described, and despite that, they had the caseload that you just mentioned?
That's correct.
Ms. Shea, after the announcement that an independent oversight entity was going to be created, did you notice a change in the type of cases that IAD was retaining?
Yes, I noticed that there were fewer department regulations being retained by IAD. There was approximately a 40% drop from the 4-year average regarding that category.
Let me just clarify for the commissioners. What you mean, after the creation of the Mullen Commission was announced, there was a 40% drop in the number of abuse of department regulation cases that IAD was handling?
Yes.
And did you ensure that that drop occurred after the announcement in 1992?
Yes, I did.
I'd like to refer the commissioners to this chart, which indicates the 40% drop. Sergeant Weber, why was it that IAD was retaining fewer abuse of department regulation cases after mid-1992?
I would venture to say, based upon that the drop was due to the scrutiny and the formation of the Mullen Commission.
Sergeant Weber, did IAD regularly present a report to the police commissioner or anyone outside the department reflecting the nature of the cases that it was investigating and retaining?
As far as I know, they supplied statistical evidence, but the actual kind and the quality of the investigations They did not supply it, to my knowledge.
But what about the type of cases? Was there any report that indicated that you've seen
No.
that IAD was retaining 30% of abusive department regulation and minor misconduct?
Not to my knowledge.
I'd like to now turn to IAD's disposition rate and substantiation rate. Sergeant Weber, given that approximately 30% of IAD's cases were minor misconduct and abusive department regulation, given that IAD was handling approximately 2.5 cases per investigator, what would you expect IAD's substantiation rate to be?
I would, under those criteria and statistics, I would assume that they should have a high substantiation rate.
Based upon your knowledge, did it?
Well, the available statistics indicate that they did not have a high substantiation rate.
Okay. Let's first turn. I'd like to direct the Commissioner's attention to this chart that has just been placed here, which shows the breakdown of the disposition of IAD cases over the past 5 years. Sergeant Weber, can you first tell the Commissioners what it means when a case is not substantiated? We're going to focus on this box, on this part of the chart that indicates that 61% of IAD cases were closed as unsubstantiated.
Well, unsubstantiated would be defined within the IAD protocol as cases that have insufficient evidence to prove or disprove all the allegations.
So would it be fair to say the officer might be guilty or he might not, but the case is closed?
That's correct, but there was not sufficient evidence to prove either direction.
Mr. Machado, I'd like to direct your attention at this point to the 61% portion of the pie. Did you review IAD cases that were closed as unsubstantiated?
Yes, I did.
How did you conduct that review?
I reviewed the IAD closings for the year 1991 and 1992. I reviewed all the cases and the closing reports and evaluated the quality of the cases that they were investigating and the type of investigations that were being conducted.
What was your conclusion about the quality of those investigations?
Well, the quality of investigations, considering that they had easy cases, they weren't using all the investigative steps available to them. They weren't taking proactive investigative steps. And basically, they were getting the allegation, investigating it by the numbers, following the numbers and closing it out as either unsubstantiated or unsubstantiated with other misconduct noted.
And Mr. Machado, in those cases that you've just mentioned, were all fundamental investigative steps taken before the case was closed as unsubstantiated?
Not on all the cases, no.
You were an officer for 25 years in the department and a lieutenant upon retirement. How would you have reacted to closings like these?
Well, first of all, if I had the choice, I wouldn't take a lot of the cases they took, but I would have rejected the closings and sent them back for further investigation. And if the same investigator kept coming back with minimal investigations, I would have found somebody else to do the job.
One final question for you on that. If this had not been a police corruption case, if it had been a robbery or a kidnapping, would these cases have been approved for closing and other commands in the department?
As a supervisor in a detective squad, I would not have accepted those closings the way they were.
I'd like to turn now to the box indicating the number of cases that IAD did substantiate over the past 5 years. It indicates here a record of 19%. Ms. Shea, did you review the 19% of cases that IAD closed as substantiated over the past 5 years?
Yes, I did. I reviewed all of them.
And based on that analysis of all of the cases that were closed as substantiated, does that number accurately reflect IAD's performance over the past 5 years?
Not exactly.
Could you explain why to the commissioners?
Well, when I reviewed these files, I found a pattern as far as cases being made by other law enforcement agencies. For instance, they made the arrest and then they notified IAD of that fact. And also they basically worked up the investigation and handed it over to IAD.
Is your point that the substantiation was actually performed by some other agency other than the police department or
Well,
the IAD?
it appears looking through these case folders that an arrest was made. Standard procedure is to refer it to IAD. They might have confirmed it with a phone call or a records check.
Right.
But basically, yes.
Ms. Shea, could you give the chairman a few examples of the kind of cases that were actually substantiated by other law enforcement agencies, but which IAD counted in its own substantiation rate?
I have a few examples here. The first one, the Suffolk County Police Department arrested and charged a subject police officer with insurance fraud. Internal Affairs substantiated the charges based on the Suffolk County Police Department's investigation. The second example, 2 New York City Police Department recruits were brought upon felony charges following an investigation by the Massachusetts Police Department. Internal Affairs substantiated these charges after Massachusetts Police Department referred the case to them.
Okay.
Did you follow up at all to see whether even the substantiated cases resulted in charges or a criminal indictment?
Yes, I did. I did an analysis on that as well as far as the sanctions or the dispositions of certain police officers.
And how did you come out, just briefly, if you can tell us?
Well, I reviewed from 1990 through 1992 the dispositions, and I came up with a total of approximately 12 officers that were dismissed from the service.
Out of how many that had been?
There were approximately 80 or 90 individuals.
And those dismissals, they came about in the trial room of the police department?
That was the Department Advocate's office, yes.
So, excuse me, go right ahead, Mr. Chairman. I just wondered whether or not there were some that, of those 12 that had been the subject of criminal indictments by district attorneys.
Well, most of these individuals that I just spoke about that were arrested were dismissed from the service.
But those arrests that you're referring to for Commissioner Bear, were those arrests that were made by agencies other than the New York City Police Department?
Other than the New York City Police Department. Suffolk County made this arrest and just referred it over to IAD, basically.
So are you saying that those 12 convictions came from arrests by other agencies?
No, I'm not saying that, no.
But some of them?
Some of them were.
When you say 12 out of 80 to 90, of the remainder that was 80 to 90, are you saying that those were marked as substantiated cases?
Those were all cases that were substantiated, yes.
But only 12 resulted in...
In dismissals, that's correct.
All right.
Ms. Shea, was there any other reason that the substantiation number that's on this chart did not accurately reflect IAD's performance?
Yes, I also looked into certain cases that we call ground balls, and basically what that refers to is that it's a simple computer check, record check, confirmatory telephone call to confirm certain facts, and then IAD substantiates this case.
Could you give the commissioners 1 or 2 examples of what you mean?
The Internal Affairs was notified by patrol officers that they had stopped an officer in his car for traffic infractions and discovered that the car was unregistered. Internal Affairs confirmed from motor vehicle records that the subject had in fact failed to register his car, and they substantiated the case. And the second example is New York State troopers informed Internal Affairs that the subject officer had fled a car stop for traffic violations. Department of Motor Vehicles check and a routine interview confirmed the state trooper's claim. Internal Affairs substantiated this case as well.
And that was the quality of many of the cases that IAD counted in its substantiation rate?
Yes, that's what I found.
Let's turn now to the partially substantiated category. Ms. Shea, the department sometimes combines partially substantiated with substantiated when they present their official substantiation numbers. Would that be accurate based on your analysis?
No, that wouldn't.
Did you analyze the partially substantiated cases as part of your investigation and audit?
Yes, I did. I analyzed all the partially substantiated cases for the years 1988 through 1992. And I found that the partially substantiated cases were not being, on a whole, were not being substantiated on the main allegation, but on a lesser allegation.
Could you give the commissioners one or two examples of the kind of cases that are included under partially substantiated?
Well, this first example was classified as a narcotics allegation when it was first received by IAD. The subject police officer was seen using drugs at a location and had left her identification card at the location. The identification card was sent to IAD. The allegation that the officer was using drugs was also within that allegation, but they did not substantiate the narcotics allegation. They substantiated the loss of her ID card, which was subsequently sent to IAD.
So on the basis of having in its possession that ID card, they closed the case as partially substantiated?
That's correct.
Do you have one other example you could present to the commissioners?
One more. The officers were attending wild parties at a specific precinct and firing their weapons.
Could you speak a little louder?
Sorry. Officers were attending wild parties at a specific precinct and firing their weapons on occasions at these parties. It was also alleged that the officers were parking their vehicles on sidewalks and on curbs. The allegation was classified as a partially substantiated on the basis that the IAD investigator partially substantiated the fact that these officers were parking their cars on an angle parking in front of the precinct. That was on the lesser charge.
And that would be another example of a partially substantiated case that was counted.
That's correct.
Sergeant Weber, based on your knowledge of the partially substantiated cases and the evidence that you've heard, would it be accurate to combine the partially substantiated with the substantiated when you present your performance each year?
No, it would not be accurate.
And despite that, is that what the department does?
Apparently, in these cases, and in this particular case, and on many of the cases that were shown to me by the Modeling Commission, apparently this is what has been done.
I'd like to turn to the area on this chart that says exonerated and unfounded. Sergeant Weber, could you briefly tell the commissioners how those terms are defined?
Well, the exonerated would mean that the incident occurred.
Found not guilty of the charge alleged?
Are you asking that to? I would say so.
And Ms. Shea, is that consistent with the numbers given by the department?
Yes, that is.
I'd like to now turn to the FIU performance and disposition rate. I'd like to refer the commissioners to this chart here. Sergeant Ferguson, this chart shows that over the past 5 years on average, 70% of all cases were closed as unsubstantiated.
I see that, yes.
Based on your knowledge, why were so many cases closed as unsubstantiated?
Well, like I mentioned before, a lot of the cases weren't given the justice that they really deserved. And a lot of them may have been closed prematurely. But there's another side to that coin also, that many of those unsubstantiated cases, the officers may have been completely innocent. It's just that the exonerated disposition was so difficult to prove that a lot of them fell into that category.
I'd like to stick, though, with the unsubstantiated for a moment. So is what you're saying, though, that if the FIUs had had more resources and a lighter caseload or more reasonable caseload, that many of the cases that were closed as unsubstantiated actually might have been substantiated?
Yes, I do.
And that's based on your personal experiences?
Yes.
Well, that would work two ways, would it not? They might have been found to have been substantiated, or they might have exonerated the police officer.
That's what I said before, Judge.
Yeah.
Sergeant Weber, unlike the IAD performance numbers, were the FIAU performance numbers compiled each year?
Yes, they were.
Who compiled them?
The staff unit of the IED would compile a performance level of the FIAUs.
And did those numbers go to the commanding officer of IAD, the chief of the Inspectional Services Bureau?
Yes, to my knowledge, they did.
And was that practice being carried out over the past decade?
Yes, to my knowledge, it was.
And despite that, the conditions that Sergeant Ferguson and others have testified about for the FIAUs were allowed to persist for over a decade?
Apparently correct.
Commissioners, at this point, I have no further questions of these witnesses.
Sergeant Ferguson, did you ever bring to the attention of your superiors the inadequacy of the equipment and the facilities which you were provided?
Yes, I did.
Did you ever get a response to that?
I never got any equipment.
That's a form of response. Did you ever have any follow-through? I assume some of the requests you made in writing?
No, but there's a person in charge of, in the office who was in charge of requisitioning this material, and every 6 months or so he would ask me for what I would need, and I specified all the things that I testified to, and I still never received anything.
All right. Anybody else? Any questions?
Sergeant, did you have a standard that you followed in your investigations, and at what point did you decide that a case was unsubstantiated?
Well, some of the big cases that I had, and in 1992, while we were investigating the Brown case, there was another case, or even a few other cases, that I considered very serious. One was brought up by Mr. X, who testified here last week, that a police officer had committed a murder while he was employed by a drug dealer. And that case, I believe, was probably closed prematurely. Just the nature of the allegation alone, that case should have stayed open for a long, long time. The other minor cases, I say minor, but they were only the ones that were going to the back burner, were closed, I think, to expedite.
Sergeant, who made the decision to close a case as unsubstantiated or substantiated as the case might be? Who would make those decisions?
Well, the commanding officer of the unit could stop that. I turned my reports went directly to the CO. He reviewed them before they went to the chief. They could have been stopped at the command level. It could have been stopped at the borough level. Apparently, they read these reports thoroughly. These closes were many times they came back for additional work, but it usually was something minor, like they asked for 10 observations instead of 6, or something of that nature.
Sergeant Ferguson, did IAD also approve the closings of FIAU cases?
To my knowledge, all of our cases were reviewed by IAD staff.
I mean, prior to closing?
No, sir, after closing. But they, on a few occasions, I can't remember too many, the investigation came back to me from IAD requesting further investigation.
But they had the authority to reject cases if they felt they had not been completely and thoroughly investigated. Is that accurate?
Absolutely.
And that was one of the functions of the IAD staff unit, was it not?
To my knowledge, it was.
Thank you. Well, thank each of you very much. Mr. Chairman.
Your Honor, at this time, the Commission would like to present its evidence of our investigation into the effectiveness of training by the Internal Affairs Division in both integrity training and internal investigations. And I would ask Mr. Gurria to please conduct the questioning.
Call your witness, Mr. Gurria.
Mr. Chairman, I now call James Gil Martin to the stand.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Be seated, please. Mr. Gurria.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you please state your name again, sir?
My name is James Gil Martin.
What's your occupation, sir?
I'm a New York City police officer.
Are you here today pursuant to subpoena?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Who is the gentleman seated to your right?
Brian Carroll. He's an investigator with the Marlin Commission.
Okay, he's not an attorney?
No, he's not.
Are you appearing here today voluntarily without an attorney, sir?
That's correct.
You understand that you have a right to one?
Yes, I do.
Okay. How long have you been a police officer?
8 years.
Okay, could you briefly outline your career for the commissioners, Officer Gil Martin?
Yes, I can. I was originally appointed to the New York City Transit Police Department in July of 1985. I went through the New York City Police Academy, was assigned to District 1 of the Transit Police. In July of 1987, I transferred into the New York City Police Department. I was assigned to the Neighborhood Stabilization Unit number 4 in Manhattan North. I spent 6 months in field training, whereupon I was assigned to the 30th Precinct in Manhattan North. I spent approximately 2 years in the 30th Precinct. My assignments in the 30th Precinct consisted of foot patrol, radio motor car patrol, community policing, and my last several months in the precinct, I was the precinct training officer. At the end of my time at the 30th Precinct, I left to become a law instructor at the New York City Police Academy. I was a law instructor at the New York City Police Academy for 1 year, after which I became an instructor in the Human Relations Department in the New York City Police Academy, and from there I became an instructor in the Internal Affairs Division Training Unit.
Are you currently assigned to the Internal Affairs Bureau?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Now, you indicated that you were the training officer in the 30th Precinct.
That's correct.
And then you went to the police academy to be an instructor.
That's correct.
Okay, before starting instructing at the academy, did you have any instruction yourself on how to conduct the instructions?
Yes, I did. I went through a 2-week method of instruction course conducted by the Police Academy staff.
Now, Officer Gil Martin, we've had testimony from Michael Dowd and others who have testified that they learned concepts such as CYA and always have an answer for your supervisor. Now, they indicate that they learn concepts like this at the police academy. In your experiences, can you enlighten the commissioners on whether these concepts are conveyed at the academy?
These concepts are not part of the formal curriculum of the police academy. However, it's common knowledge that they exist. I think as concepts they can be misconstrued. At times they're used just simply to tell officers to CYA to do your job the way you're supposed to do it. But however, it's also common knowledge that it often means CYA, do what you have to do not to get in trouble. Always have an answer, maybe not the truthful answer, but an answer that'll keep you from getting in trouble.
Officer Gil Martin, in your experience, how is recruit integrity training generally looked upon?
Well, it's not well received, and the reason being, it's seen as that the department is telling you to give up another police officer. It's not looked at as police officers, honest police officers, turning in someone like Michael Dowd. It's kind of conveyed as a negative thing where you're betraying other honest officers, which obviously is not the case. You want honest police officers to report corruption when they see it, report people like Michael Dowd.
Who had the overall responsibility for conducting the integrity training to police recruits?
The Internal Affairs Division Training Unit did.
Could you please explain for the commissioners how the Internal Affairs Training Unit is set up?
The unit consisted of about 6 officers during my time there, in the rank of police officer or detective, and there was a commanding officer in the rank of sergeant.
What are the functions of the Internal Affairs Division Training Unit?
It had 2 primary functions, the first being the integrity training of all police recruits hired by the police department, and the second primary function was to train all internal investigators.
How and when is this training administered to the recruits at the academy?
Well, this is going to require a little explanation. Recruits are hired in numbers as large as 2,000, and they're in the academy for 24 weeks. The training unit would send as many as 4 instructors into the police academy, and they would administer the training to 4 companies of recruits each week. A company would consist of about 40 police recruits. The training would begin somewhere around the 3rd, 4th, or maybe 5th week at the commencement of the academy. So the training begins maybe as late as 5 weeks into the academy. Then the training is administered to 4 companies of recruits at a time. So in order for all the recruits to receive this training, it would take somewhere upwards of 10 or 15 weeks. Some recruits not receiving the recruit training until very late in their stay at the police academy.
In your opinion, as a trained instructor, is this the most effective way to conduct integrity training?
No, I don't think so at all. I think it fragments the training. It spreads it out over many weeks. The recruits aren't all receiving the training at the same time, and they're receiving it very late after they've arrived at the academy. So that first 5 weeks are critical for the recruits. Those are the times they're going to form a lot of their impressions, and a lot of the misconceptions that come with coming into this police department are solidified during those first few weeks at the academy.
And just for this to be clear for the commissioners, as a police recruit who is instructed on integrity receives this training, if he gets it in the beginning, he doesn't hear about it again for the rest of his time in the academy officially, correct?
Not necessarily. That's correct. There's some small segments of the other curriculums that address it, but not with any real emphasis.
And some recruits, if their companies don't receive the training until the end of the cycle, they can almost be ready to graduate before they get any integrity training. Is that correct?
That's correct. There are even cases where some recruits are absent from the training, whether it be due to sickness or they're being retrained in firearms. They miss the training, and they never get it.
In your experience, approximately how many recruits do not get this training whatsoever going through the academy?
Well, I can only speak as to my year's experience, my 1-year experience at the training unit, but from what I saw, there could be as many as a full company that never gets the training.
Could you tell the commissioners approximately how many individuals are in a full company?
About 40 police officers.
Okay. Officer Gilmartin, do you recall your own integrity training when you went through the academy in 1985?
Some of it.
Can you give the commissioners your impression?
Well, the only real memory I have of it was that the internal affairs instructor made it a point to disparage Frank Serpico. The only way I knew of Frank Serpico was from a movie, and to me, he just represented an honest police officer who came forward with reporting corruption. This instructor described him as being a weirdo or a flake, and that he had known him personally. After hearing that, I was confused and really wasn't certain what to think. I mean, I only had the symbol of Frank Serpico from the movie. After listening to this integrity instructor, I had a very different picture of him.
What kind of message do you think this sent to recruits that heard this story along with you?
Well, I think it confused the message, and it kind of undermined the value of the symbolism of Frank Serpico.
Officer Gilmartin, do you believe that there is a blue wall of silence?
Yes, I do.
Where does this wall begin to form?
As soon as police recruits enter the police academy.
Okay.
Is there any testing to illustrate the retention of some of these integrity principles at the end of these courses?
There had not been. that was one of the first things I recognized as a shortcoming of the training. I made a proposal to the Internal Affairs Division that such an exam be administered and be implemented. The reason for this exam, I felt, was that it would fully inculcate the recruits in the police officers' code of ethics. And in the second part of the exam, I provided them an opportunity to read through hypothetical situations, much like the situations that Michael Dowd and Mr. Crawley and Mr. Hembury described for us last week. I felt that if they saw these situations in hypothetical questions, that they would be more aware and be better prepared for what they would confront in the street.
And those recommendations of yours were accepted?
Yes, they were.
So when did they first begin that testing process?
It began in the end of 1992.
Officer Gil Martin, just to follow up with the Commissioner's question, do you have any knowledge of why that training, that integrity examination was adopted at the time in which it was?
I have an idea. It was shortly after the Dowd scandal first hit the press. I think there was a lot of pressure on the Internal Affairs Division to implement new integrity training programs. I guess that's probably the reason it was well received.
You say it was well received. Was it well received throughout the department?
It was well received by the Internal Affairs Division. However, when it came to actually implementing the exam, it meant we needed the cooperation of the police academy.
Go ahead.
From what I was told by my commanding officer, the police academy administration was very hesitant. They felt that it wasn't their responsibility, that it was the Internal Affairs Division's responsibility to administer this test, and that the staff at the police academy already had enough work to do, and they didn't need this as well.
You said there came a time when you yourself were actually recruited into the Internal Affairs Training Unit. When was that?
It was during the time that I was an instructor in the Human Relations Unit at the police academy.
Okay. When you were recruited into the unit, what were you led to believe your duties and responsibilities were going to be once you arrived there?
Well, I was informed that I would receive training in investigative techniques, that at some point that I would be involved in the training of investigators. Also that my primary function would be the integrity training of new police officers in the police academy.
Was this something you wanted to do? Was this something you were looking forward to?
It most definitely was. My experience as a law instructor was very satisfying, and it motivated me to go to law school. I wanted that satisfaction again, and however, it didn't work out that way in the Internal Affairs Division Training Unit.
Okay. Please describe for the Commissioners what you found once you arrived at the training unit.
I'm kind of embarrassed to explain it, but the office was a shambles, and that's not an exaggeration. There was little or no technical equipment of any kind that would be used in training investigators. The record keeping was almost non-existent. There was no type of resources on hand. FBI law enforcement bulletins, any law enforcement manuals of really any substance. There were not even any bookshelves. It was weeks before I found a photocopy of the Knapp Commission report. You know, I had assumed that'd be something that, as an Internal Affairs Division integrity instructor, that would be one of the first things I would be given to read, to just become steeped in the history of the department's corruption problems.
Ultimately, Officer Gil Martin, were you given any materials to do your job?
Well, upon arriving at the training unit, I requested a package of the lesson plans used for the integrity training. But I was told at that time that they were being redone. I made several requests. The lesson plans were not forthcoming. I found an old set of lesson plans that were dated 1977. Apparently, those were the lesson plans that were being used by the staff at the Internal Affairs Division Training Unit.
Did you examine these lesson plans?
I did.
Okay. What types of corruption were mentioned in these lesson plans? What was the focus?
Well, the focus was mainly on the NAP era type corruption, gambling, prostitution, kickbacks from tow truck drivers. There was some mention of narcotics, but there was no real emphasis on the types of situations that were described for us last week, hitting spots and drug crack houses, etc.
You said that you were supposed to receive some training once you arrived there. Did you ever receive the training?
No, there was no training forthcoming. I made several requests or suggestions. I thought it would be a good idea if I spent some time on the action desk, if I spent some time in one of the investigative units to see how they conducted investigations. I made suggestions that I would sit in on the interrogations. None of those things happened. I thought that would be the best way for me to learn how the Internal Affairs Division operated and would make me an asset to the Internal Affairs Division. Also, there are many computer systems, well, some computer systems in the Internal Affairs Division that are utilized. I thought that it would be important for me to know how to retrieve records and information. That never happened.
Did the training unit have a computer system?
No, it didn't. All it had was a simple word processor. There was no computer.
Were you given any reason why you were not allowed to go along on the surveillances, sit in on interrogations, receive any of the training that you asked for?
Yes, I was told that because of the sensitive nature of the investigations that they could be compromised if I was exposed to information that they deemed I shouldn't be privy to as an instructor.
You were part of the Internal Affairs Division at this time.
My title is police officer and investigator, and I'm on an investigative track. I'm to be promoted to detective.
You hadn't previously done any type of investigative work for the department?
No, I haven't.
One of the duties you were supposed to perform was to train investigators.
That's correct.
And you didn't get any training of this nature?
No.
During your tenure, did you have occasion to observe how the other instructors there conducted and taught the internal investigation training to the investigators there?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did they receive any training on, say, the use of electronic equipment or the things that Sergeant Ferguson just talked about?
Well, as I explained earlier, the training unit itself didn't have any equipment on hand. We would have the technical services people bring what equipment they had, and it was limited. And it was basically like a show and tell. The equipment was laid out on a table like this. The investigators attending the training got to handle it briefly, and essentially they were just being shown what might be available to them. But there was no real training done where there could be any expectation that the investigators could become proficient with the use of this equipment.
Did they receive any field training on conducting surveillances?
There was a brief surveillance exercise. It might have lasted an hour or so. It was conducted in the vicinity of 72 Poplar Street in Brooklyn. Essentially, the class of, I think it was about 20 or 20-plus investigators, was split into two groups. One group did the exercise in the morning, the other group in the afternoon. There was a subject that they followed around Brooklyn Heights and then came back to the Internal Affairs Division. That was the extent of the exercise.
So just to be clear on this, 10 people at a time followed one subject around Brooklyn Heights?
That's correct.
Officer Gilmartin, was there any training whatsoever about surveilling officers in places like the 73rd Precinct or the 75th Precinct or the 46th Precinct?
No, sir.
And following up on that, Officer Gilmartin, what time of day did all these surveillances take place during?
In the morning during the week.
Was there any night surveillance exercises?
Not while I was there. I was informed that in years past that there had been some night surveillance courses conducted, but it had been stopped or discontinued at some point.
In fact, what were the hours of the training unit?
We worked 8 to 4 or 9 to 5.
Were investigators taught how to do interrogations?
Yes.
Okay. Without mentioning the officer's name, could you describe to the commissioners the background of the officer who conducted the interrogation exercises?
The officer has been with the department almost 30 years, about 25 years of which have been in the Internal Affairs Division training unit as an instructor. Prior to that, he was on patrol in a patrol precinct. He prided himself in the fact that he had only made one arrest in his career, and he said that he never really been involved in any real investigations. Some minor unofficial investigations was the extent of his investigative experience.
From what he discussed, had he had any actual interrogation experience?
None.
Did you also have occasion to observe these instructors give the recruit training at the academy?
Yes, I did.
In your opinion, how effective was this recruit training?
In my opinion, it wasn't very effective. I observed several of the instructors in consecutive weeks, and I found that each instructor kind of did the instruction in his own way. It was not uniform. It was not structured. There was no real compelling message being delivered, certainly not compelling enough for any officer to consider going up against the blue wall of silence.
Okay. Was there any system for critiquing or evaluating the course of training or the instructors?
There had been, I had been informed in the past, some type of critique. It had been discontinued, and the reason being that some of the instructors were getting some negative feedback from the recruits, and it was creating a problem within the unit, so that they stopped using the critique sheets.
To your knowledge, during the time that you were there, did the head of the unit make any requests for equipment, materials, additional personnel?
Yes, she did. She had informed me that she had made numerous requests.
How were these requests met?
Well, in my experience, they were not met. There was no personnel or equipment forthcoming.
You've already told the commissioners how you created this examination. Did you try and make other attempts to improve what was going on at the training unit?
I made numerous suggestions. I suggested that we rewrite the lesson plans and just go about things differently, but what I found, the response was that I shouldn't rock the boat, that this is the way things have been done for a long time, and I was going to wear out my welcome if I continued to raise these issues.
Well, did you wear out your welcome?
Not yet.
As an instructor, did there come a time when you felt a questionnaire was necessary to determine the attitudes and experiences of the investigators at IAD?
Yes, I did.
Was such a questionnaire administered?
Yes, there was.
When and by whom?
It was administered by myself during what we refer to as in-service or borough-based training conducted throughout the entire department. It's mandatory department training, not necessarily in relation to investigations.
Could you tell the commissioners what year and about what time in that year?
It's in December of 1992.
Okay. I direct your attention to a commission exhibit behind me. Just take off this top one. Have you previously seen this exhibit earlier today?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Have you examined what's underneath each of the panels?
Yes, I have.
Okay. What does this exhibit reflect?
It reflects the survey that I conducted in December of 1992.
Does it include all of the questions or just some of the ones that were representative of that questionnaire?
Just a few.
Okay. Does this exhibit fairly and accurately reflect those questions?
The question that I can see, yes, it does. And when I saw it earlier today, yes.
Okay. And are the percentages that came from that questionnaire, were they accurate when you checked them against the questionnaire that you did?
Yes, they are.
And there are comments included, is that correct?
They're correct.
And the comments are consistent with the information that you received at that time?
Yes.
Okay. Now, just for the clarification, how many people did you interview for this questionnaire?
46 investigators of the Internal Affairs Division.
Okay. Now, going to the first question, do you believe that the NYPD is committed to aggressively identifying and rooting out corruption? What was the response to that, Officer Gilmartin?
54% responded no or unclear.
When you mean unclear, What exactly did that mean?
Well, the impression I got was that people didn't necessarily want to answer these questions. When they read the questions, it caused a bit of a furor. People said if one particular person who had been in internal affairs for almost 20 years, after seeing the survey, said that if these questions were ever seen by the press, that it would be extremely damaging for internal affairs, and that they didn't know where I had the authority to conduct a questionnaire of this nature. Other investigators, they explained extreme frustration, and not only did they want to fill out the questionnaire, but they wanted to voice their opinion about how they were frustrated in their attempts to do their jobs in internal affairs, and how again and again they were stymied by the system that was in place.
Officer Gilmartin, is the comment that's listed underneath the 54%, is that one of the types of comments that you're talking about?
Yes.
So basically one of these 46 people put down the comment, politically sensitive cases were not always aggressively pursued?
That or worse.
So this is representative of the types of questions that people were responding to. This is just not an aberration.
Not at all.
Okay. Okay. The question, are you so overloaded with work that you do not have sufficient time to devote to serious corruption cases? Officer Gilmartin?
61% responded no.
And the comments, you must be kidding me. I should have taken a typing course. In fact, I hardly work. You must understand a detective here is not used as a detective should be used. Was that consistent with what was going on, what these people were saying to you?
Yes, definitely.
Next one. Question, what portion of your time is spent doing investigation-related activity in the field? 16%, is that what they told you?
That's correct.
Investigation-related activity in the building, 37%?
That's right.
Non-investigation-related activity, 46%, Officer Gilmartin?
That's right.
And then 1% didn't respond.
Could you give us an example of what the investigation-related activity in the building and non-investigation-related activity means or meant when you administered this questionnaire?
I can guess because, like I explained earlier, I never was, really fully trained in what the in-house investigations consisted of. I imagine it was retrieving documents from the computers or making phone calls, etc.
Now, moving to the last one. Question, have you ever felt that you were discouraged from fully investigating allegations of corruption? Officer Gilmartin, what did they respond?
73% of the people who responded said often or sometimes they were discouraged.
And the comments range, depending on the supervisor, if he would rather settle for White Sox or if he wants to go all the way to the serious part of the allegation. Could you just clarify what White Sox are, officer?
In the field, when you're on patrol, there's always been this idea that, Internal Affairs comes out, does investigations. If they see you committing a minor infraction, like wearing white socks or in some way being out of uniform, that they would, quote-unquote, bang you for it, take vacation time or punish you in some way.
So this would be a reference to minor allegations of misconduct?
That's right.
And the last comment, I've been told, let's get what we can, what we came for, nothing else. What did you interpret that to mean, Officer Gilmartin?
That investigations into corruption were not being seriously conducted, that it was just a matter of, maybe numbers or closing out cases, but it wasn't an aggressive pursuit of corruption.
Officer Gilmartin, based on your questionnaire, is this how the rank and file of Internal Affairs basically sees itself?
Well, if I can say, in fairness to the respondents to this questionnaire, that many of them voiced frustration that they wanted to do the job, They wanted to do it the right way, many of them, and that they were running up against a wall. So when you say, is this the way they see themselves, I don't think it's the way they want to see themselves, many of them.
When you say they were running up against the wall, you mean their supervisors?
Well, the administration, the people who decide how things are done, yeah, I guess that just means the supervisors.
People who decide how things are done at the Internal Affairs Division?
Yes.
Officer Gilmartin, did you ever discuss the results of this survey with your superiors?
No.
Officer Gilmartin, I see, excuse me.
No, go
Excuse me,
ahead.
Your Honor, I didn't know.
Go ahead. That's right, Mr. Gurley. Go ahead.
You say you didn't discuss this survey with your superiors. Was this something that you took upon yourself, or was this something that you did on the suggestion of your superiors?
This was something I did on my own, by my own doing. My supervisors had nothing to do with it.
As far as you know, were your supervisors interested in the response of these investigators?
No supervisors ever sat in on any of the training I conducted or asked what I was doing in the training that I conducted or made suggestions or inquired as to what was going on in the training. At no point.
When investigators were assigned to the IAD, was there a formal training program?
None at all. In my case, it was weeks before anyone even started to introduce me or started to know who I was. There were weeks where I was originally assigned that when I had to pick up the mail or speak to someone, that people asked, who are you? Do you work here? I hadn't even been introduced.
So there's no formal training
No,
program?
there's no formal systematic training for a person who comes into internal affairs. There's the 2-week investigators course. For some people, if they're lucky, that may happen as soon as they're assigned. For many, it didn't happen until much later on after their assignment.
Did anybody, any of your supervisors or senior officers ever discuss the survey with you or ask questions about it?
No, sir.
They never saw it, as I understand.
Well, that's correct.
Well, they might have heard about it, but you have no knowledge.
I'm sure 46 people took the survey. I imagine someone might have said something about Officer Gilmartin's conducting a survey, is asking some critical questions. No one ever approached me and inquired.
During your tenure in IAD, did you ever hear of any person, particularly in the training unit, getting an opportunity to go to some school outside the department, such as the FBI Academy at Quantico or any other police-type school?
I'd like to, with my comments about the training unit, I want to be specific that the training unit has gone through an overhaul. But initially when I was there, no. My hope was that being assigned to the Internal Affairs Training Unit, that I would have a good opportunity at doing something like that, the FBI school or that type of training. That's what I was anticipating. I heard many investigators say that they wanted that type of training or requested it, but it didn't happen. It wasn't forthcoming. But that's the case for much of the department. Lots of people would like to go to those types of courses, but it doesn't happen as a matter of course.
Well, Officer Gilmartin, following up on Mr. Tyler's question, to your knowledge, did any of the personnel, the IAD, ever take any specialized courses in facilities other than within the police department, such as the FBI Academy at Quantico or any other?
It didn't happen in my year.
Were any of them sent, for example, to John Jay College, where courses are given in criminal justice?
No.
Officer Gilmartin, you said when you were there, you're no longer in the training unit?
No.
What was the circumstances of your leaving the training unit?
I had requested assignments to a couple of other units. I didn't get those assignments. I was transferred into a third unit that I hadn't requested. No one's explained to me why I was transferred. So I can't say why I was transferred.
So did you leave the training unit
Yes,
voluntarily, or were you just transferred out?
Essentially I was transferred into a unit, right.
Officer Gilmartin, the New York City Police Department has a number of vaunted training courses, including something called the CIC course, the Criminal Investigations course, which is often given to investigators in detective units and other specialized bureaus. Do you know if Internal Affairs Division investigators regularly receive the CIC course?
I had done some kind of survey just to get a rough idea of how many people had been through either the internal investigators course or the criminal investigators course. Many had either not been to either course or had only been to the internal investigators course. Many had never been to the criminal investigators course, although many had, wanted to.
Officer Gilmartin, the second question talks about whether or not investigators at Internal Affairs feel overburdened. As an instructor in the training unit, was that unit overburdened?
I did a little study or analysis of the amount of time that the training unit actually spent conducting training in terms of actual hours spent in a classroom conducting training. And over the course of the year 1992, a full 85% of our man hours, and I made exceptions for vacation time and even meal time, 85% of our hours were not accounted for. We conducted no training for 85% of our time. 15% of our time was left where we actually did training. Most of that was with the integrity training.
So the training unit was not so overburdened that they couldn't have updated those 1977 lesson plans or developed new programs?
In 1992, there were 14 weeks in the training unit where absolutely no training was conducted, 14 full weeks.
Okay. Did there come a time when those lesson plans actually did get updated?
Yes, there did.
How did that come about?
The Mullen Commission had made a request for the training materials that were used by the training unit. And I believe there was a deadline that the materials had to be delivered to the police commissioner's office. As I said, from the time I was assigned to the unit, I made repeated requests for the package of lesson plans. They were never forthcoming. Just a day or two before they had to be delivered to the Mullen Commission, I was given a set of the lesson plans used in the recruit training.
When you looked at those lesson plans, how did they compare to the 1977 lesson plans?
In substance, they were essentially the same. There were some minor changes and the addition of a portion that covered the film used in the training.
Was there anything else unusual about the lesson plans?
Well, the date prepared indicated on the front of the lesson plan reflected February of 1992. This was, I believe, March of 1993. And I knew that during those months that these lesson plans did not exist.
Did you come to any understanding?
In other words, these plans, which originally had been marked as 1997 as the date of preparation, were changed immediately before they were submitted to this commission, and that the effective date was changed to very shortly before they were delivered to the commission?
That's right.
Did you come to any understanding, Officer Gilmartin, as to how this came about?
I spoke to a couple other people in the unit, and I said, well, what is this? This is not a true reflection of when these were prepared. The person said that he had brought it to the attention of the commanding officer of the unit, and said that he didn't think that was a good idea. I guess it was disregarded, and I actually delivered the lesson plans to the police commissioner's office.
Did the training unit do anything else during that period of time?
The 85% of, as we refer to, downtime that I spoke about, the 14 weeks of where no training was being conducted, essentially you're left up to your own devices.
Officer Gilmartin, was anything else produced by the training unit at all?
There was a training film that was produced.
Okay. Could you tell the commissioners what that film is called and what it depicts?
The film is entitled The Erosion Series. It depicts a senior rogue or corrupt police officer who corrupts a younger recruit officer over the course of a year.
Is this the film that Chief Sullivan made reference to in his testimony on Monday?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what type of equipment was used to develop this film?
a handheld camcorder. I have to say I wasn't there during the making of this film. How it was prepared was explained to me.
Okay. Is this normally how recruit training films are prepared in the police department?
No, most of the films are prepared by the movie and TV unit that's located in the police academy. The better films are produced by professionals outside the department.
Okay. Now, how is this film received by the recruits once they saw it?
It wasn't very well received. The times that I sat in on the training, there was a lot of snickering going on because of the amateurish nature of the film. And I'd like to just clarify or qualify, the people in the training unit, I believe, did the best they could making this film. They're not professional actors, and they didn't have professional equipment. The film was put together sort of, they wung it. There was no real script prepared, and it was based on an older, similar film with some additions.
Aside from the technical nature of the film, what about the substance?
Upon being assigned to the unit, one of my first assignments was to watch this film and to create a lesson plan for the film. After watching the scenes in the film, I saw what I felt to be a fundamental problem, that there are repeated scenes in the film where the officers commit acts of corruption in view of other officers who the film suggests would be honest officers, and these officers basically say, we don't want anything to do with that, and leave. At no time in the film do you show any honest police officers reporting the corruption.
How are the officers in the film, the corrupt officers, apprehended?
In the final scene, or one of the final scenes, they hit a drug spot, similar to the way it was described by Officer Dowd or Crawley. They steal the money and the drugs, they beat up the drug dealer. The drug dealer then goes into Internal Affairs Division and reports this, and they're arrested as a result.
Does this film at all encourage honest police officers to come forward if they see corrupt officers commit acts of corruption?
The honest officers depicted in the film are shown to be whispering about the corruption, being aware of the corruption, but kind of intimidated to really speak openly about it or take any affirmative action about it. No, I would say it doesn't encourage it at all. It doesn't even suggest the possibility that they come forward.
How is this film received by your superiors in the police department?
It was well received. It was endorsed up through the ranks, and it was implemented. In order for a film like that to be implemented, it has to be endorsed.
Who has the final authority?
I imagine it's the police commissioner.
Sergeant, you spoke a moment ago about these 14 weeks where there was no training. How many instructors, such as yourself, had this 14 weeks where you were, as you put it, left to your own devices?
Well, there were 6 officers in the unit. At one point when I first got there, 7, but I mean, there were probably weeks where someone was on vacation or whatever, but essentially 14 weeks there was no scheduled training taking place. That was applied to all of us.
Yes, I just have one question. You testified that the training in the academy, the integrity training in the academy is fragmented. Do you have an opinion of what can be done with respect to integrity training in the academy to address the issue of blue wall of silence?
Yes, I do. First off, the training has to be the first training that recruits receive in the academy. You can't give an opportunity for the negative misconceptions to take foot. You have to have the training right up front. The people who conduct the training have to believe in the training. They have to embrace the message. The entire department has to embrace the message that you're not doing anything wrong by turning in someone like Michael Dowd. If you're an honest cop, you should report corruption, and you should also receive the support of your fellow officers. You should not be looked upon as a rat. I think the only rat in any of this is the Michael Dowd. It's not the honest cop who would report the corruption.
One final question from me. Are you interested in working in the IAD and training unit at this stage of your career?
If it could be different than the way it's existed, I would say that I would have a continued interest.
Thank you.
Officer Gilmartin, from your experiences, what is your opinion of the commitment of the police department to its integrity programs and anti-corruption training?
In my experience, the department has not been committed the way it needs to be committed. The blue wall of silence, it's informal, but it's very powerful. It's a very powerful thing. And unless the department takes a very serious, strong stand on it, it's not going to go away.
Can this training be done completely within the department?
Can it be done within the department? I think it can be done within the department, but the department's going to need some kind of impetus to get it done the right way. Someone to hold up some kind of strict criteria and standards and make sure those standards are met.
Was it difficult for you to come here today?
Difficult in the sense that, you know, I believe that there will be people who will criticize me for having done this and maybe resent me for being critical, but not difficult in the sense that I don't think I had any real alternative. You know, from what I saw, the Internal Affairs Division is supposed to be the vanguard of integrity. There shouldn't be so much as a paper clip out of place there, and that's what I expected. That's not what I saw.
I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman. Officer
Thank you,
Gilmartin.
Officer Gilmartin. I'd like to say to you that clearly people in the city owe you a debt for your candor, for your willingness to come forward and be frank, and I think that the police commissioner and this commission and the city all should say thank you to you. Thank you very much. Now, we'll take a 10-minute recess now, please. Are you ready, Mr. Armayo?
Your Honor, I ask that the commission call Chief Robert Beatty and swear him in.
Chief, would you please rise? Good morning. Raise your right hand, please. do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Chief, could you please state your full name for the commissioners?
Robert J. Beatty,
What is your rank? Are you in the police department at this time?
Chief of Internal Affairs Bureau.
What was your position prior to that?
I was the Chief of Inspectional Services.
Chief, could you please try to keep your voice up? The mic, that's right, if you do that. Thank you.
How long were you the chief of the Inspectional Services Bureau?
From the February of 1992 until approximately May of 1993.
And what was your position prior to that?
I was commanding officer of the Internal Affairs Division.
And may we have the gentleman alongside the chief identify himself for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm Richard Dienst. I'm Chief Beatty's attorney.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Clark.
Chief, how long did you hold that position as commanding officer of IAD?
From the beginning of September of 1989 until I was assigned as Chief of Inspectional Services in February of 1992.
Chief, should allegations of corruption involving a member of the department frequenting a drug location, using drugs, protecting dealers, that the kind of case that should receive a C number and a log number?
Generally, yes.
Are you familiar with the September 7th, 1987 allegation against an officer claiming that this officer did frequent drug-prone locations, protect dealers, and use drugs?
Yes, I am.
Is that known as the Biker Babe case?
Yes, it is.
Chief, is it not true that in that case, that allegation did not get either a C number or a log number?
That is correct.
Is it not true that the allegations appear nowhere in department records, and by that I mean in the subject's central personnel index?
Subsequently, I found that to be true.
Should allegations such as the ones that we just described have been in the central personnel index of an officer?
Every allegation of corruption or serious misconduct should always be entered in the central personnel index at some time.
Chief, why did this allegation not receive a C number, a log number at IAD?
The allegation was received from the Office of the Special State Prosecutor. It was forwarded for investigation as an administrative matter. Subsequently, because of the officer's parent, who was a member of the department, the investigation was handled under what they termed a tickler file investigation.
Chief, I'm referring to the second tickler file case against this officer, the one that was not referred by the SBO. Do you recall that case, Chief?
Yes, I do.
That case was not referred from the Special Prosecutor's Office, was it, Chief?
No, it wasn't.
Okay, let's focus on that one. And in fact, that case was not referred to the Special Prosecutor either, was it, Chief?
No, it wasn't.
And should it have been?
It certainly should have.
Chief, why was it that this case involving allegations of a member of the department using drugs, frequenting a drug location, protecting drug dealers, that it never got a C number or a log number?
The allegation that I received when I became commanding officer of IAD, which was about 2 weeks after I got there, was accompanied by a note from the Chief of Inspectional Services who said, take a look at this, don't put a number on it, words to this effect, and assign it to whomever you believe should conduct the investigation. I did that. I found out that there was a previous investigation with identical circumstances or allegations, in fact, more allegations. I assigned it to the same investigative team. They went out and conducted an investigation on it.
Chief, because similar allegations come in 2 years later, that doesn't mean that a case shouldn't get a C number and a log number, does it?
No, at times they were adding similar allegations to an open case. That might occur.
But Chief, that didn't occur in this case, did it?
No, it didn't.
Thank you.
Your Honor, can we ask counsel to permit the witness to finish answering a question before she begins to ask another question?
Please
Just
bear that
common
in mind,
courtesy.
Mr.
Point is
Kornfeld.
well taken.
Would you repeat your last question?
I just clarified the fact that although you said that sometimes cases are combined with previous cases, that was not the case in this instance, was it, Chief?
No, it was not.
The note that you're referring to, is that this note that's here as Exhibit Number 1 today?
Yes, it is.
Does the note not say to enter this, not to enter it in any records until later? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Well, it's 2 years later. Has it ever been entered in records?
It's being entered now.
As of what date was it entered, Chief?
Well, I don't know whether it's in the system now, but every one of those tickler file cases is being reviewed and will be entered in the system.
As of 2 days ago, as of last Friday,
Right.
were those allegations entered the system, Chief?
No, they weren't.
Thank you. And so as a result of inquiries by this commission, they were entered into the commission, into the system?
I would say so.
Chief, was it proper for this case never to have been entered in records in the New York City Police Department?
It was entered in records, but it wasn't entered in the proper records.
Was it entered in the Central Personnel Index?
No, it wasn't.
Was it retrievable on the database at IAD?
No, it wasn't.
Was there any log number on it?
No, there was not.
Was there any C number in it?
No, there was not.
Okay. And so therefore, when I say retrievable, if someone were to look for allegations against this member of the department in the usual places, it would come up with nothing. Is that correct, Chief?
No, not necessarily. Somebody could come up and the name would come through the system and somebody would say there's a tickler file or I have a tickler file case
Chief,
on
we've
it.
done that, and we've entered this name into the database. Nothing came up,
I'm not
including tickler
I'm not
file.
saying database. I'm saying if somebody came in to IAD and spoke to either myself, members of the staff.
I see.
Yes, it would have been picked up.
Okay. So if someone came in and asked you specifically, you mean, about the case, then they would know.
That's correct.
I see.
At that time.
Kornfeld, do you have other?
Yes, I do. Chief, do you agree, would you not, that the action desk is a critical part of the anti-corruption apparatus?
Yes, I've always considered it critical.
Would you agree that it's critical that when complainants call that action desk, that the officers on the desk solicit as much information as possible?
Yes, I believe that should be the case.
Would you agree that if that's not done, that that could hinder an investigation, would it not?
Absolutely.
In fact, would it not sometimes kill an investigation, Chief?
I wouldn't go that far, but I would say it would certainly hinder it.
Chief, do you recall that on June the 24th, 1993, I asked you that specific question?
No, I didn't take notes. We were talking for almost 5 hours.
That's right. At that time, you were asked if it could potentially kill an investigation. Your answer was yes. Do you recall that?
Potentially, I'll agree with that statement.
I don't know if you heard the testimony, Chief, but one of the things that disturbed me about the action desk was the lack of a Spanish-speaking officer. Is it something that you're going to do something about?
There is a pilot project that was being conducted in the 911 system using a service called Language Line. That is now plugged into the action desk, or if it's not this morning, it will be this afternoon.
And when, can you just clarify the commissioners, the date that plans were made to plug that into the action desk, Chief?
We had been talking with the director of communications over a month ago about bringing that system in, but we hadn't done it yet.
Is that the same system the CCRB has been using?
Yes, yes, sir, it is.
Thank you.
Chief, you've just testified about the important function of the action desk, how critical it is. The commissioners heard evidence on Monday indicating that the officers on the action desk were not soliciting information effectively and aggressively, as you said was important. Chief, what have you done to ensure that that's not the case?
I listened to the testimony on Monday, particularly those tapes, and they were devastating to me because I put a lot of effort into improving the action desk. One of those voices that you heard, we had transferred or were about to transfer out because he was completely unsatisfactory. He retired. When I was the commanding officer of IAD, I not only bought new equipment for it, I had signs made up so that people could read and ask the proper questions. I developed forms, color-coded, so they would ask the proper questions. After I heard that testimony, I walked down to the action desk and I asked for those forms. They are there. They can ask the proper questions. I can't explain why those people didn't do it. Obviously, we have a bigger training need than I suppose, but we are in the process of training these people.
You said you had forms, you had color codes,
Right.
and good equipment,
Right.
but did you ever regularly listen to the action desk tape so that you could be satisfied that the officers were doing what they should be doing?
I didn't regularly listen to those tapes. I didn't have the time to listen to those tapes.
Did anyone in IAD regularly listen to those tapes to make sure the officers were carrying out their responsibilities?
Every investigator who receives a case that comes in through the action desk will, in the course of his investigation, ask for that tape and listen to it.
But they're not, I'm sorry, Chief.
When they had problems, they would go to the commanding officer. You had him here testifying the other day, Lieutenant Holdling. He did tremendous work for me and with me on trying to improve the action desk. Obviously, from those questions the other day and the way they were put to the people, holding on, I don't know whether I want to talk or not, they were courteous. They held on. I certainly wasn't happy with them keeping people waiting for 6 minutes. That's outrageous. That should never have happened. They definitely need improvement, and we're working on that.
Chief, you mentioned that there were investigators reviewing tapes of the action desk reels, but they're reviewing those specifically for the case that they're investigating. Isn't that correct?
Yes, but when there's an opportunity to ask a question and the investigator is sitting there listening and waiting for that question to be asked, they get upset about it, naturally.
Right, but
they want that question answered. So they would go, generally they would either talk to the commanding officer, but they would funnel it into the action desk supervisors.
But Chief, my question was a little different. My question was, does anybody at IAD ever periodically review the action desk reels to ensure that the action desk was functioning effectively?
Not as such, not the way you explain it.
Chief, you would agree, would you not, that given the nature of corruption that we've heard about the last week, that having a self-initiated capacity would be important in investigations, would you not?
I would say so.
In fact, IAD had a unit dedicated exclusively, at least on paper, to carrying out self-initiated investigations, did it not?
On paper it did, yes.
And that's known as the Self-Initiated Investigation Unit?
Yes.
And according to documents and department records that the department has provided, states that the purpose of that unit is to initiate investigations in areas identified through analysis of records and reports. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's the mission of the self-initiated unit?
That's correct.
Chief, during the past 5 years, department records indicate that not a single case has ever been initiated out of that unit. Is that correct?
I haven't seen the records that you're talking about. I've spoken to the previous commanding officer of that unit, and what he has told me is that it's fairly accurate, but he believes that they did do self-initiated cases.
Chief, I'd like to refer you to what I'll mark Exhibit Number 2. And I'll give this to you in a moment. I'd like to read aloud you what it says. after the commission had asked for all the cases that had been initiated out of that unit. And the answer that we received was as follows, and this is from the department. There were no self-initiated investigations conducted by IAD or IAB from 1988 to 1982. You don't disagree with the accuracy of that statement, do you, Chief?
Do you mean 1988 to 1992, Counsel?
1992, that's correct.
And that's how it reads, right?
That's how it reads verbatim.
If that's, I have nothing to refute that at this time.
Chief, why would it be that the single unit in IAD dedicated to self-initiated investigations would have done none in the past 5 years?
Again, I'm not saying that they did none. I said I have nothing to refute that at this time. Each unit within IAD, in the course of their investigations, were instructed to review the areas that they were looking at. If an opportunity came about to develop cases, a case was developed. But we didn't keep a listing by self-initiated number one. There were spin-offs of investigations that you could classify as self-initiated.
But, Chief, my question is a little different. You've just said before that conducting self-initiated investigations is critical, did you not?
That's correct.
You had a unit dedicated to that function, did you not?
That's correct.
During your tenure, that unit, according to your own records and responses, conducted no self-initiated investigations. My question is, why, under your tenure, was that the case?
Well, I think you explained the last 5 years, so it's been going on quite a while. What happened with that unit is they were an extremely good investigating unit. The CO of it was widely known throughout not only local law enforcement, but federal law enforcement. Very many major cases that came in was assigned to that unit. In hindsight, it probably wasn't right, but we had to have somebody who could handle the case, do the job, and that unit was selected more often than not.
In retrospect, Chief, should that unit have been conducting and initiating their own cases?
Well, in retrospect, I probably should have formed another self-initiating unit, but I still would have used that unit for major cases. They were that good.
Why would you have needed to form another unit, Chief? You had 133 cases on average total that IAD was handling.
You're talking about 133 cases coming in each year.
That's right. And
And
a
then
total
you add
backlog of 229 cases on average over the past 5 years.
And they were, very often they were major cases. Very often they were long-term cases. Very often they were criminal cases that were proceeding through the system. They were long-term.
Chief, our analysis and audit of IAD shows that approximately 30% of the IAD cases were White Sox, abuse of department regulation cases. Would those be considered complex, serious cases, Chief?
I don't know where you got your statistics from. Those cases could have come in because we initiated them doing scan operations.
The answer to that is it's not what happened, and we could make those records available.
I'd like to see the records.
And just to clarify, that was data that we received at the request of the commission that we received from the department that showed that approximately...
May I ask who's testifying, whether it's Ms. Cornfield or whether it's the witness? If we're going to get into arguments and debates, we can do it in another forum.
Actually, I have no further questions on this in this area. The Chief has answered it.
May I, if I may?
Go ahead, Mr. Armayo.
Chief Beatty, since the time that you were the commanding officer of the Internal Affairs Division or the Chief of Inspectional Services, did you ever take the opportunity to do an assessment of the division regarding its performance and its capabilities?
I believe there were probably several assessments done.
Do you recall when they were done, sir?
I don't have the dates. I'd have to go back and look at the records.
Well, there was an assessment conducted, you might remember, in June of 1990. What was your position in Internal Affairs at that time?
I was commanding officer of the Internal Affairs Division.
Mr. Armayo, if you have a copy of that referring to it, perhaps it would be appropriate if you give us a copy so that we could look at it as well.
Certainly. The Chief can see this copy here. I'd just like to read something from it for the moment.
Isn't this his own document?
It is his own document. In fact, it's a memo dated June 8, 1990, Memo to Chief of Inspectional Services, entitled Subject Assessment of the Department Internal Affairs Division. and it has the name in bold, Assistant Chief Robert J. Beatty on the cover. Chief, do you recall this document?
Yes.
In the document, which I'll show you in just a moment, and I'm sure you'll see that I'm quoting exactly right, there's a section entitled Measures of Success, and I'll quote the first sentence of that document. It says, "This department's Internal Affairs Division is considered a prototype by other law enforcement agencies and has a reputation for professionalism and innovation which is acknowledged throughout the entire law enforcement community." Chief Beatty, has your opinion of the performance of the Internal Affairs Division changed over the course of these days listening to the testimony of this commission's analysis?
Having been the commanding officer of the Internal Affairs Division, having been the chief of inspectional services, I still believe that is one of the best internal affairs investigating units in the country. Proactive and good. Despite the testimony of some of the people who we arrested before this commission.
I'm talking about the performance of IAD, Chief. Apart from the corruption problem, I'm asking whether or not you ever assembled in your tenure, when you became the CO of IAD, let's say a group of people, a task force, before the arrest of Michael Dowd and the establishment of this commission, to ensure the department that in fact all of the various functions of IAD, intelligence gathering, investigations, analysis of corruption, was being done the best way it possibly could be done.
I think you've looked at the statistics of what we were working under, the workload that was coming into IAD. I try to address every single area of IAD when I was the commanding officer. I moved people out, I changed commanding officers and units, I purchased equipment with whatever funds I had available, I increased training, I met with the commanding officer of the police academy and the deputy commissioner of training to increase their training. I did everything possible to increase the viability and the effectiveness of IAD. Apparently, from some of the testimony, it certainly wasn't enough.
So I'm not clear whether taking equipment just as an example, since we've heard an awful lot from various witnesses who indicate that there really was an inadequate amount of equipment. When you went to, I don't know who you went to, but perhaps you'll tell us, did they somehow produce, as a result of your request, additional equipment?
I purchased the additional equipment.
So, in other words, you think that IAD is well-equipped now under your urging?
At the present time, it's at the urging of the police commissioner after the reorganization of IAD into the Internal Affairs Bureau.
Well, let's take it a year ago.
A year ago, I had increased the equipment that was available measurably. I don't know what some of the testimony was about equipment. I haven't listened to all of the commission hearings. But I did make purchases, and it's documented. That can be found. I did try to improve the action desk. In fact, I purchased an entirely new system from Dictaphone out of the expense funds that we had because the old system was 20 years old. It was inadequate. I purchased the first mini TV cameras that we ever had. I did those. I reviewed everything that was in IAD, a piece at a time. I couldn't do it all at once. But I made every effort to increase the, and I did make efforts to assist the FIAUs when I could.
Chief, you mentioned training in response to your prior question. We've had testimony this morning, and you haven't had a chance to hear it or to view it, but there was testimony to the effect that at best, both within IAD and within the academy, integrity training was haphazard and unsubstantial and relatively ineffective. Would you care to comment about that?
I don't know who was making the comment, and I don't know what their expertise is on training or on integrity level training. I did try to improve. I found that the academy training was not what I would have wanted in there. I try to increase the training. In my meetings with the Deputy Commissioner of Training, we encouraged them to institute training in ethics, which was never done before. every aspect that I could address through the sources available to me, I try to do. What we are doing now is that the IAD officers are not doing the training in the academy. We will provide a syllabus for them. We'll provide a plan for them to do the training. Our idea is that integrity has to be woven through every subject that's taught in the academy. It has to permeate every single bit of academy training. It can't be the IAB or IAD instructor coming in and saying, all right, here's 2 hours, you're getting your integrity lecture. That's just not going to work. So the entire structure has been changed, Judge, a short answer.
During the course of your time as chief in charge of IAD, did you discuss the training with the individuals who were doing the training within IAD?
I spoke with some of the trainers. I spoke with the commanding officer of the training unit frequently, almost, and I operate under an open door policy. If somebody's got a problem, come in and see me. I frequently spoke with the sergeant who was in charge of that unit, and she was excellent. I mean, she was really trying to improve it.
What about Sergeant Hardwick?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Could you give us some idea of the changes you've made and the training, integrity training that is available at the academy?
What we have provided is lesson plans for the academy to weave into their academy training.
I'm having difficulty hearing you, Chief.
Sorry. We have provided lesson plans for the academy to try and weave the integrity into every aspect of the academy training. Prior to this, we did our own training in the academy as integrity control training. Our officers would be plugged into a class and give a certain amount of training. Each unit was, I believe when I started IAD, they were probably getting about 11 and a half hours. I think they're getting 12 and a half or 13 hours when we finally reorganized IAD into IAB. But we believe that the system, the training of the people in the academy should be done by the instructors, and they should set the example. If we come in as outsiders, then it keeps us separate, and it keeps integrity on some sort of a separate level. It shouldn't be. It should be woven right into the entire system, and that's what we're aiming for now. This is probably one of the first classes. We're going to see how it's doing, but it's changeable.
Does this mean that IAD is no longer in control of or responsible for integrity training, that it's being delegated to various instructors, the instructors who are teaching various courses? Is that what you're saying?
Through the Deputy Commissioner of Training, I prefer to think that we're working in tandem with them.
I'm sorry?
We're working in tandem with the Academy instructors and commanding officers.
Are you aware with a point of view that one of the things that integrity training should do is address the issue of blue wall of silence, and that in order to do that, there must be that the very first subject taught at the academy should be integrity training, because that would assist the new recruits coming in dealing with that issue and resisting being caught up in that issue.
Judge, we've constantly striven to improve the training, the integrity level training. We use what is called the erosion tapes from the IAD. Put this tape together, and it shows the history of an officer coming into the department as an innocent young man. And eventually, because of temptations, because of influences by his peers, by the so-called bad cop, he would gradually break down. And in the end, this officer is wound up, he's in handcuffs, and he's put away. That is followed up by the Gallagher tape, because when you show the first tape, it sounds like this is IAD telling me a story, it's not going to happen. Then we put on Gallagher from the 7-7 precinct, and that tape, that hits home. Beyond that, what we have to have is continuous training in integrity throughout the job. Many of these people are not corrupt when they come out of the academy, and they're not corrupt, as I think you've heard testimony, for the first several years in the job, but it gradually starts to break them down. What we're trying to do is integrate integrity training into the borough-based training, the constant training that they undergo. We have to get it more out into the field. It's a big job.
Your Honor, if I may. Chief, you mentioned a moment ago in your testimony that since you've been in charge of internal affairs, you've attempted to help the field internal affairs units. During your tenure, sir, were you aware that 95% of the corruption allegations received by the department were being investigated by field internal affairs units and not IAD?
I don't know whether I had the figure 95%, but it's believable.
And of course, ultimately, as the commanding officer of IAD, you would have the responsibility of assigning those cases out to the field, so to speak. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Chief, when you assumed command of the Internal Affairs Division in August of 1989, did anyone ever inform you about the Field Internal Affairs Unit in Brooklyn North investigation into Michael Dowd?
Not in 1989. I don't recall being informed, no, sir.
Are you currently aware that that investigation was continuing in August of '89?
Yes.
Did anyone bring the fact to your attention that with regard to that case, the allegations were that over 15 members of the department assigned to that precinct were engaged in serious criminality? Did anyone ever inform you of that?
No, not at that time.
As CEO of IAD, do you think you ought to have been informed of something like that?
The Dowd investigation was a series of allegations over a period of years. Some of them were not, we might give a C number to, but it would not be corruption. In other words, he wasn't stealing. It might have been, I believe, one was an assault on a woman, another one was assault on some people, another one was riding in his vehicle out of uniform and so on. So some of those cases would have been closed out.
Well, Chief, what I'm asking you about is whether or not...
I don't believe that the Chief has finished answering the first question that you asked.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Chief.
What was open at the time I was, when I became CO of IAD, I don't have an exact number. It might have been 2 cases, it might have been 3, it might have been 4, but there might have been 4 closed already. That makes a difference.
But Chief, on this point, there's been testimony and evidence that over a period of time there are approximately 15 separate allegations or complaints which either alluded to corrupt activities on the part of Officer Dowd or improper activities on his part over a period of time. There's further testimony that while he was a member of the department and supposedly under investigation, that he owned 4 different residences and was driving around a late model Corvette on his police officer's salary. How can you explain the fact that, if you can, that until Officer Dowd was arrested by Suffolk County detectives, that no one in the New York City Police Department Internal Affairs Division was able to obtain any evidence of his corrupt activities, particularly in light of evidence that he functioned openly and notoriously during this period of time, and that allegedly his corrupt activities were known to a number of people within his precinct?
Judge, at the time that I came in as a commanding officer of IAD, and I'm not making excuses here, Dowd, I believe, was transferred, and he was either working in the Whitestone Pound, and possibly he was working over in the 9-4 precinct. When he went to the 9-4 precinct, he didn't receive any allegations. It appeared, and this is from some of the investigators, it appeared that he may have had a drug problem and stopped and cleaned up his act. Eventually, that was proven to be untrue. But at that time, he was no longer at the scene of where most of his crimes were committed. So the opportunity at that time to do anything in the 7-5 precinct was lost. The system that I had when I came in there did not serve to automatically brief me on how many allegations were against an individual on a given day. That system has been put in place while it was there, but it wasn't available in the beginning.
Well, you mentioned that you understand there were allegations about use of drugs and that he cleaned up his act. Is it not a fact that under the police department policy and regulations, that police officers are not permitted to clean up their act when it comes to narcotic use, that if they are found to have used drugs or narcotics in one instance, that's a cause for dismissal, and that they're not to be given another chance.
That statement, Judge, I just gave is in retrospect. I mean, he had a visible alcohol problem, too, which sometimes masks the problem with cocaine or whatever the individuals might be using. We're not naive. We know that sometimes these people will go in under the guise of having an alcohol problem while actually they're dual addictions. But we can't break into that system. We're prohibited by federal law from getting in there and getting the results of whatever dole test they might be given to those people. But that's correct, Judge. At the time, and even now, if somebody is caught and doled and they're found to have had cocaine or some other illegal substance in their system, they will eventually be terminated from the job. Not in all cases, because we might be doing things slightly differently now. But at that time, yes, it's true.
I'd like to touch on another subject, if I can, for a moment. Are you familiar with the case of Officer Alan Brown in the 9th Precinct?
Yes, I've had discussions with the...
All right. Now, you may recall that there was testimony that there was pretty far-ranging investigation going on by FIAU into the activities of Officer Brown and allegedly a group of officers who were also engaged in corrupt acts pertaining to drugs in the 9th Precinct, and that a couple of buys had actually been made from Officer Brown, and that there were plans to obtain additional evidence, not only against Officer Brown, but also a number of other police officers who were associated with Officer Brown and his activities, when orders came through, allegedly from IAD, to make one more buy and arrest them immediately without permitting the investigation to proceed further to see the full extent of the corruption within that precinct, if there was additional corruption. Now, are you familiar with all of that?
No, I'm not familiar with all of that. I'm familiar with everything up until the point where you said orders came from IAD.
Well, perhaps I should be more precise. There was testimony that came from either IAD or the Borough Command Office, but that the investigation was an investigation under the auspices of IAD and the FIAU unit, and I might add the District Attorney's Office. And there was testimony as recently as this morning, there had been earlier testimony, that the Assistant District Attorney who was working with the IAD on this matter, there were different words used, that he was dismayed, that he was unhappy, that he was furious about the fact that a decision had been made to arrest Officer Brown without seeking to find out if there were additional officers who were involved in these corrupt activities. Are you familiar at all with that?
I'm familiar with it, but that's in my research and looking at some of the files and speaking to various officers connected with that, that's not exactly the way I understand that situation.
Why don't you tell us how you understand?
When I was called to testify in private, Ms. Kornfeld, I was asked about that case. To the best of my recollection, I recall a conversation with the commanding officer of the patrol bureau involved. That's Manhattan South. That commanding officer, at that time and recently when I spoke to him, said that he ordered the arrest of Brown. I concurred with that at that time, and we have to place this in the proper context. At that time in this department, anybody caught under the influence of narcotics was going to be terminated. Brown, on that time and place, was under the influence of narcotics. When Brown was on the first buy, according to the chief, when I spoke to him, he says, I wanted to effect the arrest then. The second buy, he says, when I wanted to do the arrest on the second buy, my people came to me, meaning his FIU people came to him and said, no, the DA wants a third buy. He says, I okayed the third buy, but then I said, no, that's it. He gets arrested. He effected the arrest. Brown was The FIU investigators, accompanied by the DA's investigators, using the DA's money, effected the arrest. They brought him to a hotel. They gave him an opportunity to cooperate. He refused to cooperate. He was under the influence of drugs. He was ordered to take a dole test. He refused, and he was processed.
Do you know of Detective Ferrugia?
I know of him. I don't know him personally.
And have you viewed or heard of his testimony where he said that he was absolutely dismayed and
I heard
very
part of that.
frustrated by the decision to arrest Officer Brown at that point?
I heard part of that testimony.
Let me ask this. In your experience in the police department,
Excuse me, Judge.
I say in your experience in the police department, generally, not invariably, but generally, has not that been used as a pretext or basis for frustrating a full-scale investigation to arrest a police officer who's accused of corruption and to use as the excuse, well, we can't permit him to walk around with his gun and shield if we know he's corrupt, and thereby forego the opportunity to rid the department of a number of other police officers who are corrupt and walking around with their guns and their shields?
Judge, at that time, the use of drugs by any member of this department was automatically viewed as termination. In other words, if we found you under the influence, and I believed you were, and I ordered you to take a dole, and you took the dole test and you failed, proceedings would be instituted to terminate your employment with the police department. That's what we operated under at that time. We could not, Judge, we could not permit somebody to go out on the street under the influence of drugs and who is a habitual drug user and carry a gun. I wouldn't allow a drunken cop to get behind the wheel of an R&P just to further an investigation. At that time, we have changed. We are receiving this from the public and from various other sources that we did these things because we wanted to terminate investigations. That's not true. Nobody ever told me to terminate an investigation. We tried the best we could to keep these going. But anybody who does investigations knows that somebody sticking their head out the car window will blow an investigation on you on a tail. So.
Could you?
Sure.
Well, I must say that if I understand your response to my question,
yes, sir.
You are saying that you still believe that the prior policy of immediate termination of services is a correct policy, but now because of the revelations that have come forward, you've changed that policy.
I'm not saying it was correct. I mean, hindsight gives me a much better perspective on what was going on at the time. At the time, our responsibility was to protect the public. Nobody else was taking that responsibility. It would have been the commanding officer of that borough, not the assistant DA who wanted to push this man out in the street with a gun. We have to work different systems. We know that now. But at that time, we were doing the best to protect the public. I mean, we get severe criticism for police officers doing anything wrong, using their gun or their fist or whatever. At that time, if it came out, if that officer walked out and killed somebody, and it came back and said, you knew he was under drugs, under the influence of drugs, and you allowed it to further an investigation?
Well, that interest in protecting the public wasn't totally manifest when for 6 or 7 years, Officer Dowd and a group of police officers associated with him were using drugs and protecting drug dealers, was it?
Judge, at that time we were all operating under the auspices of the Office of the Special State Prosecutor. Every single one of those cases was known to the Special State Prosecutor. Every single one of those cases was closed by a Special State Prosecutor. We never closed a criminal case. We never closed a corruption case, except with the permission of the Special State Prosecutor. They ruled. They had the final say on it.
When was that office abolished?
About October of 1990.
All right. And I believe that Officer Dowd was not arrested till May of 1992, is that correct?
Yes, sir, with the assistance of the Internal Affairs Division.
By the Suffolk County detectives?
Yes, sir, with our assistance.
Well, when If you're making such a point of your assistance, do you mean that there was an IAD officer present when he was arrested?
Yes, sir, we picked them up for them. In fact, the tape that was played here on the first day on Monday was our tape. It wasn't Suffolk County. We did the tape.
But the information that led to the arrest of Officer Dowd was obtained by the Suffolk County Police Force and the Suffolk County District Attorney, was it not?
Yes, sir. They picked it up on a wiretap, and it unraveled from there. And we knew every step of the way what they were doing. We knew the officers that they were going to wiretap. We never once blew the case, and we knew this case was blowing bigger.
After his arrest, did IAD make any effort to debrief Officer Dowd and obtain the information they might have had?
We certainly didn't, and we were told we weren't allowed to debrief him.
Who told you that?
Suffolk County Assistant DA told my people that.
Sir, we have been told that the procedure was that reports coming, I strike that summaries each day were prepared by your people and sent up to, among others, the commanding officer of IAD. Is that your understanding of the procedure?
There's a summary sent up each day from IAD at the time to the Chief of Inspectional Services, who basically would brief the police commissioner on it.
But didn't the commanding officer of IAD receive those summaries?
He signed off on them.
So he received them?
Yeah, it was prepared by the commanding officers of IAD's staff for the Chief of Inspectional Services.
Right, but
yes.
That didn't mean that you, for example, as the commanding officer of IAD, was cut out of the loop. You're not telling us that, are you?
Not at all, no, sir.
So that I assume from the testimony we've heard so far that in respect to, say, a man like Dowd or his partner for a while, Mr. Urell and others, these reports would come up so that the commanding officer of IAD would know about them because they were prepared by his staff.
What the commanding officer of IAD saw at that time, and I wasn't there during most of Dowd's time, I was at the very end. You get a summary of all the logs that came in. You go over each summary of the log. You would see it.
That's what we were told.
Right, that's true.
So that even when you were there, you would see a summary of those logs each day.
Yes, I would.
Judge, are you referring to the Dowd investigation? Or
I'm referring, sir, to any investigation, but I'll accept Dowd, anybody you pick that we've heard from. My point is to be more general because I'm totally confused. Now, you were aware, because you've told us that you were aware, that there came a time when Dowd went to what is called the Whitestone Pound, right?
Yes.
And I understood you, and you correct me, sir, if you're wrong, that he was sent there because there were reports of his drinking and drug use, among other things.
Well, I know there were reports of suspected drug use. He was sent there after he came out of the alcohol rehabilitation program.
Right. So I'm a little confused. As I understood it, that you would be upset if you found out that a police officer were under the influence of a drug, such as liquor, cocaine, or whatever, and that he should not be in service anymore.
Dowd wasn't in service. He was on restricted duty, which means he didn't have a gun.
Oh, I see. The distinction is the carrying of a weapon.
Yes, sir.
Right.
At that time.
At that time. Well, is there something different before then? Is there something different now?
That was always the system. If an officer was under treatment, he would be brought back out again, and he wouldn't be given back his guns until it was approved by the program and or the doctors.
Well, there must have come a time when Officer Dowd, for example, was approved to go back to duty and carry a gun. Isn't that so?
Yes, there was.
And thereafter, there were summaries of his criminal activities, were there not?
Towards not when he first got to the 9-4, I don't believe there were any.
What I'm trying to get at, sir, is it's very confusing to listen to this because there seems to have been different attitudes depending on, as you put it, the time in question.
The system that we had in place then, Judge, was a lot of it, unfortunately, was dependent on memory.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
A lot of it would depend on the memory of the investigators and on whoever was reviewing the system. At that time, unfortunately, and it's proven to be true, we didn't have the ability to assemble this information on a daily basis, which should have been presented to us. I wasn't the CO at that time, so I don't know what was going on.
All right.
What we've tried to do is improve it, and there will be an entirely new system in place very shortly.
Well, I'm sure there will be, and I'm glad of that, but I'm still confused. There seems to be no doubt in your mind or anybody else's mind that the procedure for a long, long time, even antedating of the career of, for example, Dowd or Urell or Cawley or any of these other people.
Yes, sir.
And that those summaries were available to whomever was the commanding officer of IAD, not to mention others. And what I'm puzzled about is why there wasn't some perception along the line with these summaries coming up that the department and the IAD were dealing with what is tastefully referred to as a rogue cop or a cop who's dealing with narcotics and narcotics dealers. I don't understand, Judge, what the point is you're trying to make, because we know about these now and we know that they came up, and so I'm a little confused as to your point.
I'm not making excuses for what went on at that time. I'll just repeat. Everything that was available to us was available to the special state prosecutor and or the district attorney after we were finished. All of those records were available. I'm not making excuses.
Until at least October of
90.
Right.
For the special state prosecutor.
Right.
And everything was turned over to the district attorneys for prosecution.
So are you telling us then, when there was a special prosecutor in place, nobody worried because he was going to be the court of last resort and make all the determinations?
In hindsight, Judge, even though nobody will say that, I'd have to assume that having that special state prosecutor having the final sign-off on it, it probably took away the idea of accountability for a lot of people.
Well, let me examine that with you, sir, if I may. You mean to suggest that because there was in place a special prosecutor at a given period, and you were quite correct, of course, in pointing out that that all changed in the fall of 1990,
right,
that somehow the existence of a special prosecutor under the law of the state of New York diminished or minimized the responsibility of anybody in the department to worry about these people?
I'm not saying that, Judge.
Well, I hope not. I beg your pardon, but that's what I understood you to say.
Well,
or
perhaps I didn't express it correctly. I believe that that system contributed to the breakdown of the system that we had in place in the New York City Police Department. When you have an authority over you that has final say about closing out a case, then the officers who have the underlying authority, they're just going to hand it off. I mean, that's human nature. People are not going to take it upon themselves.
Are you serious about that answer? Are you suggesting that before the state special prosecutor's office was created, that the methods within the police department to deal with corruption were perfect and the principle of accountability was followed?
Weren't.
Is that why there was a Knapp Commission 20 years ago?
Judge, I'm not saying that.
Well,
and I don't mean to imply that.
Chief,
well, you just said that the creation of that office relieved the department of a sense of accountability.
I said it could have led to some people believing that they didn't have the final say on it.
Well, I suggest to you, was the system prior to the creation of special prosecutor a better way to deal with police corruption?
No, it wasn't.
In 1972, and in 1971, and in 1970?
No, it wasn't, Judge.
Chief, I don't want to belabor this, but when Chief Sullivan was testifying here, there was a memo dated August 8th, 1988 that was introduced, a memo that came from the commanding officer, Internal Affairs, to Chief of Inspectional Services. And in it outlines at least 6 or 8 specific allegations including one that Dowd, it's devoted to Dowd, including at least one that talks about Dowd using narcotics. Is it your position that because there was a state special prosecutor that you shouldn't have tested or followed up or done something? Can I finish my statement?
Okay, fine.
Or done something about this after you saw this, and indeed, whether you saw it or not, the highest ranking people in the department in charge of these problems saw it?
I think Chief Sullivan testified to that something should have been done, whoever saw that, whoever assembled that.
So there isn't much question about the fact that you should have pursued it, and it wasn't something the state special prosecutor was solely responsible for, or indeed responsible for at all.
What I was saying was that can contribute to the breakdown of the way the department handled the cases at that time, not now, at that time. We're talking about the past.
I understand that, but even in the past, what you have already testified to today with respect to Brown was we had to get him off the street because he was taking narcotics. There was nothing done here with respect to Dowd when that allegation was made. There wasn't even a test.
Brown was caught. Brown was caught in 3 different deals. I mean, they had the evidence against him at the time. When they took him the 3rd time, he was under the influence.
Did you ever test Dowd after you got these? Did the department ever test him after you got these allegations prior to August of '88?
I don't know of any directed Dole test to Dowd. I believe he went in for one random test, and if we're to believe his testimony, that he circumvented that through a system that he developed.
Chief, you said that the reason that you arrested Brown was because he was under the influence at the time of the 3rd arrest. Is it not a fact that a decision to arrest Brown was made before he was apprehended?
Yes, sir. I said that. I said that the chief of the commanding officer of Patrol Bar Manhattan South had already made that decision, that he wanted to make it after the first buy into Brown, and then after the second, and he said his staff asked him to wait, that the DA wanted a 3rd buy.
Yep. The fact that he happened to be under the influence at the time of the 3rd arrest did not factor in at all as a reason for the arrest to be made.
Not the original arrest, no, Judge.
That decision had been made prior to the time that they arrested him.
Yes, sir.
So it had nothing to do with it.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to give the Chief an opportunity to clear something up. Chief, when the Special Prosecutor's Office was in existence, what they would do with regard to an investigation would be to give administrative clearance, correct?
Yes.
So what they were telling you, Chief, is not to close the case, but they were giving you a prosecutor's evaluation of the quality of the evidence, correct?
They would make an evaluation on the viability of continuing this as a criminal investigation.
Right, and the department, of course, then, even if the SPO gave administrative clearance, was still free to use whatever measures it had to separate that corrupt member from the department, correct?
If they could, yes.
Let me go back to the Brown questions that the chairman was asking for just a moment, Chief, if I may. As I understood it, and please correct me if I'm wrong, we're really here only to understand what you have in your position to say and tell us about these problems. I understood that Officer Brown had been under surveillance, or indeed the subject of an investigation into whether he sold or took narcotics for many years before the arrest, or at least several years. Is that your understanding too?
I don't know about several years. I believe a year at least, maybe a little bit longer.
Well, the problem that bothers me, and perhaps the chair as well, is that what transpired, as we understand it from the testimony we heard, there had been these other allegations with respect to his taking drugs for a year or so, and yet the arrest was made within 3 weeks of the time that you might have been able to have arrested 18 or 20 additional cops who in fact were engaging in a similar kind of business. Now, that really is confusing to me, and maybe I just misunderstood the testimony.
I was asked that same question in a private interview. I have no recollection of 18 or 20 cops. I don't have a recollection of 10 cops. What I have a recollection of is that there was supposed to be a party 2 or 3 weeks in the future at a residence, in a residential neighborhood, attended by police officers and their families. That was my recollection of it. I've talked to everybody. I've talked to the commanding officer, the former commanding officer of the patrol bureau who ordered the arrest. I've talked to the commanding officer of the Field Internal Affairs Unit who was on the scene. I've talked to any people around there except persons who appeared before this commission. I didn't interview them. I didn't think it was proper that I do. All of them, I asked the same question. Was there any issue of the DA's voicing objection to that arrest at the time? The commanding officer of the patrol bureau said no. The commanding officer of the FIU, who was on the scene, said no. That's as much as I could do with this junction.
Well, it certainly leaves us with a significant conflict. I mean, we heard testimony that they had actually gone out there to draw sketches.
They
and
very
pictures.
well may have. They very well may have. I'm not saying that they didn't, but this is my recollection and what I've been able to decipher from interviews.
Very well. You're certainly entitled to your recollection, Chief.
Okay.
Well, Judge, it's not only his recollection, it's the statements and the testimony that was given to him by other police officers and other members of the department.
He characterized it, not I, Mr. Deeds.
Chief, in fulfilling your responsibilities over the last number of years, have you developed any thoughts or any views about what we've called, I guess, kind of a shorthand way, the existing culture within the department in terms of cooperation with IAD on the part of honest police officers,
yes,
of whom the vast majority are honest?
We're doing work on it now. We're doing focus groups with a high-ranking officer from Internal Affairs who's at random pulling people in from the field and sitting down with them. We're getting their thoughts on how they view the problems out in the field. We have some difficulties with the way they think. For instance, it's been traditional in this job that we're totally against the free meals. They find that difficult to comprehend. They don't believe there's anything wrong with it. They don't believe that that is the beginning of people becoming corrupt. Free meals, free liquor, whatever it might be in the beginning. That's a big problem for us, and we have to get that across to them. We believe that most of the people coming in this department are honest. We get a few that come in here, people like Dowd and Corley and Bogart. They were bums before they come in the job, I believe. They were bums in the job, and they'll always be bums. We have those people. What we have to do is develop a system, which we've been looking at it very heavily, at the applicant investigation system. We have to be able, which is traditionally called the white socks. We're not doing that anymore. We're not handling those type of cases. We get them in, we send them out to the field, to inspections units or to commanding officers. If we find in an investigation, we find minor administrative deficiencies, we are not going to issue charges unless they're very serious. We're not going to issue command disciplines. We're trying to divorce ourselves from that. The officers have to understand that we're here to protect them as well as this department. It's not going to be easy, and it's not going to be overnight. It's going to be a long-term project. But I think with the reorganization of the Internal Affairs Bureau, the way we're structured now, with the input of excellent personnel that we have coming in here, with the training that's light years beyond what we were given before, with the equipment, with the police commissioner's direction to the rest of the department, that we come first in selection of personnel, in equipment, in training, whatever we need, we get. I think that is going to go a long way to it. We still have a lot of work to do as to that blue wall of silence. I don't think it's unique to the police department. I think you can go into almost any profession, and there's very few people who will stand out and point the finger. But we have to convince police officers, and probably after this commission's hearings and viewing what they see, they'll be convinced that they have to take a stand, or else, well, 20 years we'll be here again.
Judge, if I may.
Mr. Daines?
Yes, Your Honor. In light of what the chief said, I think that perhaps one of the functions that the chief is looking to develop with his 35 years of experience and unblemished character and reputation in this job, is to make the Internal Affairs Division an area where it is not a pariah within the police department, but it is an area where individuals will seek to join it. And they want to seek to join it because we all have, the citizens of this city, this commission, the mayor, and the 99.9% honest cops that are out there putting their lives on the lines for all of us every day. We want the Internal Affairs Division to be the division where police officers will look to come into because they want to get in there and get the Dowds and the Colleys and the other corrupt officers out. Those men are not police officers. Those men have never been police officers. They were robbers and drug dealers masquerading as police officers. If you give the chief the manpower, you give the police commissioner the manpower, you give them the expense budget, and you give them the opportunity to learn and correct the mistakes that have been made, you're going to find an elite unit where cops are going to be out there seeking to get drug dealers, rapists, murderers off the streets, and will delegate the other responsibility to so-called white shoe cases to various other inspectional services. Let IAD do the job. Let this man do his job.
Thank you, Mr. Deans. Mr. Armayo, anything further?
I just wanted to ask something with regard to one of Chief Beatty's comments. You said that IAB now is full of excellent personnel. Does that include the personnel that made Lieutenant Wood and Sergeant Dowd feel like the targets of an investigation rather than heroes in coming forward with the information they had?
I wasn't going to bring up that.
Mr. Deans,
let me
Chief
finish.
wants to
I wasn't
answer
going
it.
to bring up that situation, but let me tell you a few things about that. Mr. Wood, who's now retired lieutenant, did a great service to this department by coming forward. But he did a great disservice to that investigation and this department and jeopardized one of the only opportunities we had to infiltrate somebody into a position where we have severe corruption problems. He took it upon himself to go forward and alert people in the DEA task force who very well may have been subjects of that investigation, and he gave up the names of the individuals that we had. Mr. Dowd never came forward. Mr. Dowd knew about it. He was active in the department. He never came forward. We could have taken disciplinary action against Mr. Dowd. We did not. We had allegations coming in from somebody who inferred, who said that there was a split in payment or there was a tip given or whatever. We had to ask those questions. That investigation was conducted under the auspices of the U.S. Attorney, Southern District. That investigation was conducted with the state police and with the DEA Task Force Office of Professional Responsibility. It was not totally IAB or IED at the time. We did a good investigation. We got the people we were looking for, but the investigation was cut short. It wasn't because of IED or the state police or the DEA Task Force personnel. It was because Mr. Wood gave up the names.
I assume you either viewed or read Mr. Wood's testimony. And
I saw some of it, not all of it, Judge.
well, if you didn't see all of it, of course, in fairness to him, because he's not here to respond to your last answer, he said that the problem with that investigation was that the IAD did it incompetently and that IAD jeopardized the success of that investigation. Now, I'm not intending to get into a debate or defend Mr. Wood. I just wanted you to know that that was his testimony here, and I think you may have heard that.
I saw part of it. I didn't see all of it, and I was told about parts of it, and I wasn't going to bring it up. I really wasn't. You know, it's past. Everybody is hitting on IAD now. We, according to some of this testimony, we never did anything right. We even put our shoes on wrong. But nevertheless, that was a good investigation, Judge, and was well done. The inspector, who I won't name, who they maligned here, all they have to use is his name in any investigative agency in the city, federal or state, or any prosecutor's office. And if I said he was on the case, that was it. They were delighted.
I would suggest to you that before the arrest, somebody said the same thing about Sergeant Beck and Termini.
The inspector was a 20-year member of IAD. He had numerous excellent investigations. Mr. Wood doesn't know him. He just doesn't know what he was talking about when he talked about the inspector. His view of that case was limited to what he was hearing from Pepe, the informant, and from backroom talk from various people. He wasn't part of that case. We worked very hard on it. We included every investigative technique that you can think of, including tailing with aircraft. When Beck said he was seeing people following him, we weren't near him. When Beck said, when Pepe, through other sources, say that there were people all around him, we had people around him that he never knew were there. If we were so inept, how could a 20-year member of IAD, working as an undercover, pass the money to him and buy the drugs, and had Beck apologizing to him for screwing up the delivery the first time? That, you know, a lot of this is just backroom talk, and it's time to hit on IAD. These people worked long and hard in IAD. They did great jobs, great investigations. We did some bad ones, admittedly, and we made some mistakes. But this investigation wasn't bad, and there were no mistakes made.
It's rather odd that you appear to say that Mr. Wood, former Lieutenant Wood of the IAD, or and the Drug Task Force, right, had nothing to do with this investigation, when the fact is that he brought the investigation, he brought the information to the IAD.
I said that.
When the informant expressed a preference to go to the FBI, and Mr. Wood, out of his sense of loyalty to the IAD, insisted that it be brought to the IAD to enable them to take appropriate action.
Judge, my opening statement on Mr. Wood was just that he did a great service for this department. He didn't have to do that, and I really commend him for it. I'm sincere when I say that. But his interference later on in the case really jeopardized the case and jeopardized some of our people. He should have known better.
Anything else? No. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now adjourn until 1:30.
Carol's still out for lunch.
Yeah.
I didn't want you to get close and talk loud. Okay.
Maybe I'll say something later. If he's still around.
What do you do? It's it. I'm going to put those five up.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Commissioner. You ready to proceed, Mr. Armayo?
Your Honor, the commission calls former Police Commissioner Benjamin Ward.
Commissioner, please rise. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Armayo.
Commissioner Ward, when did you serve as Police Commissioner for the New York City Police Department?
Can I introduce the person on my right, Robert Goldman? He's acting as counsel for me. He's my former Deputy Commissioner of Legal Matters, which would be General Counsel in the Police Department.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
I became Police Commissioner on January 1, 1984.
And how long did you serve in that position, sir?
Almost 6 years. I believe my retirement date was October 22nd, 1989.
And during that time, Commissioner Ward, did Daniel Sullivan serve under you as the Chief of Inspectional Services?
Yes, he did.
In former Chief Sullivan's testimony before this commission, he testified that he felt that managers in the police department to whom he was accountable had communicated to him the message that corruption was something that would cause scandal to the department, and that he felt that he was getting the message not to aggressively pursue corruption matters because it would cause bad publicity. Do you have a response to that testimony, sir?
Yes. I thought he also said that he never got that message from me, and I believe that if Dan Sullivan had any nervousness, it was nervousness about knowing how strongly I felt about accountability and the actions I had taken to enforce accountability based on my career and my experience with the NAP Commission and the recommendations of the NAP Commission. Copies of the pertinent pages I'd like to present to the chairman. I brought copies of it now. Can you get those ready, Bob?
Sure.
Secondly, and most importantly, why don't you give them all of it at once? Dan Sullivan reported to me. He didn't report to anybody else. He never told me he was nervous. And he may have been nervous because when I became commissioner, I moved him out of internal affairs. And people that come into internal affairs tend to grow up in that division and stay a long time. It's a difficult division to recruit staff for reasons that I thought were good and sufficient. I moved him out. And I moved another person in, a person that I had known when I was in the police department, who I thought was a top-notch internal affairs investigator, and I thought he was the person for the job. Well, the Peter principal got at work, and he was great for what he was doing before I promoted him in, and he didn't last very long in the top job, and so that person was removed from that job, and John Guido, who was a legend in his own time, wanted Dan Sullivan back in that position. Strong fan of Dan Sullivan, and I brought Dan Sullivan back. So if that made him nervous, maybe so. He reported to me, and contrary to the way the department may be now, I'm not sure, but historically, the Internal Affairs Division and the Inspection Bureau, ISB, reported also to the first Deputy Commissioner. So when I lost Pat Murphy as my first Deputy Commissioner, I reached out and got the strongest corruption fighter that I knew, and that was Condon. That's his name? Richard Condon. I know Richard Condon all of his police life. Came into the precinct where I was a senior officer when he came in. And when I was the department's advocate, chief prosecutor for the department, and Internal Affairs had a different name in those days, was catching patrolmen, but not bosses. It was only Joe Capiriotti, who was no longer with the department, and Condon, who were working on high-level cases and making cases against inspectors. So I knew that Condon was in Albany, and I reached out to Condon, and I brought him in. I have to laugh from time to time when I hear rumors that somehow or another Governor Como forced Koch to hire Condon. I know very few people that ever forced Koch to do anything, certainly not to hire Condon. I hired Condon without telling Koch.
Commissioner, more specifically, Chief Sullivan said that after the scandals surrounding the 7-7 precinct broke and a great many arrests were made, and I'm sure you recall that, he said that they had developed within the department, and these are his words pretty much, a paranoia about potential additional scandals, and that there was a general attitude and atmosphere, widely held, according to Chief Sullivan, that they feared the possibility of coming up with additional arrests of other police officers, that this would be seen as a terrible embarrassment and very bad for the department because of unfavorable publicity which might result from that. Do you have any comment you'd like to make with regard to that?
I always liked Dan Sullivan. I think he was a hard-working guy that did the best job that he could, even though I initially moved him out and chose someone else. When I couldn't get someone else that I thought was better, I listened to John Guido, who I had the highest regard for, and had come through a NAP commission. I put Sullivan back. Where is this paranoia that people can see in other people? If Dan was afraid Maybe Dan was afraid. Dan reported to me. Dan never told me that he was afraid. He never acted like he was afraid. To the best of my knowledge, he never told Richard Condon that he was afraid. Of course, Richard Condon would have surely told me. His office is next to mine. We talk every single day. He never passed that on. And he had no one else to report to.
Specifically, he said they felt that if he came to you and told you about additional police officers being found to have been corrupt, he felt as if you would shoot him. Those were his words. Those were his words.
Well, he was right. I carried a gun.
I don't know whether you would or not, but
I
that's
haven't
what he
shot
said.
anybody. I haven't shot anyone in all these years. I see at least one gentleman on your panel that worked with the first deputy commissioner on matters that were akin to corruption. We got involved in that Hanshu lawsuit, the oldest case in Southern District. So at least Judge Tyler knows that my first deputy was involved in handling those matters. I don't shoot people. I am a big, outspoken, perhaps even boisterous type of an individual sometimes. But I don't shoot you. I don't even slap you. I only kiss babies. I didn't shoot you. I asked you to do some work for me from time to time. I don't know why he was. If he was afraid of me, I really apologize. If that and to him, if I interfered with his effectiveness because he was somehow afraid of me. But I think that's the height of foolishness. And I have to tell you that it goes back. When you look through those documents on the NAP Commission, it goes right back to the NAP Commission. And the reason why we set up this bifurcated approach that we now have with the FIAUs, the Field Internal Affairs Units, and the Internal Affairs Units is those same high-ranking bosses now making in the neighborhood of $100,000 a year, never missed a payday, and never were afraid to show up to get paid, but somehow or another they were afraid to do the job. And that's the same thing they said over 20 years ago, that it's not my job. There was an Internal Affairs at Center Street, now One Police Plaza. They're in charge of corruption investigation. I'm not in charge of corruption investigation. I don't want to bring bad news. All of that same stuff. And Pat Murphy didn't buy it. He believed in strict accountability. I worked under Pat Murphy. Didn't buy it. I still don't buy it. If the Secretary of Defense was here, I'd tell him he made a mistake yesterday in not holding people to strict accountability, because they should be held to strict accountability. You give them a responsibility, you give them authority, and you hold them for that responsibility commensurate with their authority, and you hold them accountable for doing that. If you want to execute people with 40,000 watts, it's stun guns inside the precinct, and people are screaming at the top of their lungs, and the rumors are all over the precinct that this is what's going on, and you don't do anything about it, and it goes on for long periods of time when I can reasonably expect that you knew or should have known what was going on in there, I'm going to take some action against you. And I, with all due respect to Ray Kelly, who's a person that I strongly endorsed and strongly recommended for the present job that he has, any notion, and I do not attribute to him because I've only heard it from his press officer, who I guess is doing the best jobs he can, any notice, any thought that you should change the system of accountability, I think is basically, fundamentally flawed. They give them the job, you pay them the money, they take the pluses, they got to do the job. And if they don't do it, they get rid of it. Now you have to educate people. I fired the Queen's Command, and then I got rid of the Chief of Patrol because they weren't doing their job. Chief of Patrol happened to be a black guy. So I got called down to City Hall. Said, did you have to get rid of that guy? I said, yeah, why not? He's in charge. He was not doing the things that should have been done to see that this kind of thing didn't happen. And then we cooperated in the prosecution, and the sergeant that was the ringleader of it got a 4-year sentence in state prison.
How do you feel about the circumstances surrounding the arrest and conviction of former police officer Michael Dowd?
I don't know how the hell it ever happened. It appears to me that the lesson to be learned from pre-RICO cases in federal courts somehow or another missed my Internal Affairs Division and my Inspections Service Bureau. It appears that Dowd was handled with individual allegations by people who were working apparently beyond their capacity, because field Internal Affairs units were supposed to handle non-criminal matters. And The Internal Affairs Division was supposed to handle the criminal matters. And so I could assume that possibly these people may have been working out over their capacity to work. I think by handling those cases one at a time and listening to some of the testimony that I've heard here is that some of those officers were carrying rather substantial caseloads, and there's always pressure in any investigative outfit to close cases. You can't leave it to the investigator. He'll be working on the same case 5 years from now and get no new cases. So there's always some subtle pressure to close down cases. They seem to close these cases down one by one, did not cross-index them either in a cheese box or in a computer, so they did not know that this was part of a common plan and scheme, and that this person was not one case, but there were several cases.
You know by now, I assume, that there were 15 separate allegations of misconduct and corruption outstanding against Officer Dowd at the time when he was arrested in 1992.
That's gross negligence, gross incompetence, that was not brought together and handled as one case at the very highest level. I'll tell you that the special prosecutor knew about those cases because he had to know about all cases. We told him all cases. But it's possible that well-meaning people doing the best they can make the same mistakes.
Have you heard about testimony of Sergeant Tromboli? Now,
Yes.
he was with the FIAU,
Right.
and he was attempting to, as best as he could, with the limited resources he had available, apparently to track down and get charges that would stick as against Officer Dowd. Based on your prior testimony a few moments ago, you say that it's rather odd that a case of that nature was left to remain with the FIAU instead of the IAD?
And I don't believe that the Internal Affairs Division, whoever was in charge at the time, and the inspections, what is the name of the thing? ISB, Inspectional Service Bureau, can get away from knowing about that because they have to be told. And the field Internal Affairs Unit reports both to the borough commander and to the Inspectional Service Bureau. So they had to know about it, just as the special prosecutor has to know about it. The mistake, as it appears to me, and I don't think it has anything to do with Dan's phantoms of fear, is that they handle these cases the way prosecutors used to handle cases pre-RICO. They handle them individually instead of trying to bring them together and see that there's some common plan or scheme here that should be handled with more resources and go after this guy. And I think that was a mistake.
Had you heard anything or had anything been brought to your attention about a pending investigation in the 9th Precinct during the time that you were commissioner involving a police officer by the name of Alan Brown?
No.
And you never heard about the investigations pertaining to Officer Dowd when you were police commissioner?
No, I did not. And no one told me either. No one.
Any other question?
Did you have regular briefings with...
I think Judge Tyler has some questions.
Sorry.
And, just to follow through the chairman's question, Commissioner, did you ever hear of an investigation of an officer named Hembury? Hembury, Hembury.
No, I haven't even heard that in your hearings. No.
Did you ever hear of an investigation of an officer named Cawley?
No, only on TV.
Yeah.
You know, these hearings.
Commissioner, are you aware that the testimony that has been given by various police officers in this room attempts to explain why this information is contained and never got to the right sources?
Sure.
They say a culture exists within the department. They call it the good cop culture, the silent blue wall culture. And they say that these things were done and they were not dealt with in an appropriate way because of this culture where policemen will not reveal the misconduct or the bad acts of other police officers. Did you find that culture? Were you aware of such a culture when you were commissioner?
Everybody's aware of this alleged blue wall of silence in the police department. Thieves, robbers, bums, and crooks, when caught, will always try to find some excuse for their behavior. Most particularly what they will do is they'll say, I'm in a squad of 40 officers. I heard that testimony from here. And how many of those 40 officers were corrupt? All of them. Well, how many of them are caught? And how many of those 40 are going to be indicted? You know, The fact of the matter is probably very few, because in fact, the bum that's saying the rest of them are bad, he's the guy that's bad. He's the guy that we wish we never had. Sure, there's that culture exists within the police department, but doesn't exist within society. Your hearings are being televised on several channels, one of which is doing them wall-to-wall, Channel 1. They have an internal affairs expert on there who wrote a book, Catching a Cop. Very hard-working guy. He's telling about his experience.
About Detective Morano?
Morano. Couldn't think of his name. He's telling about his experiences working undercover. What do you think the reporter is saying to him? And those cops, all the time, all the while you were ratting on those cops, over and over and over again, she's addressing her consultant who's doing his job as an undercover officer as ratting on the cops. And doesn't that culture exist throughout this society? What is Bavano's name now? He's not Bull Bavano now, he's Bavano the Rat. He went from a bull down to a rat because he turned in the most, probably the worst gangster we had here in this New York area. And the culture buys into that. I mean, that is part of our heritage. Cops are part of this heritage too, so they have this kind of heritage. In addition to that, police work, as correction work, is difficult, Judge. It's difficult. You depend upon your partner. You gotta have some sense of camaraderie with the people you work with. Also, when you get in trouble, you gotta call for help. And you wanna feel pretty confident that help is coming. So I think all of those things, and the pressure we get from the public and from politicians and press, I think all helps to bring them together. But that camaraderie exists in our society in general, and maybe somewhat exacerbated in the police department.
Well, would you say that that justifies the failure of honest cops who are not themselves corrupt to give information about other police officers who are corrupt?
They absolutely should do it. We attempt to have them do it. We have a system in place that I'm surprised that I never heard about here, where we approach these people before they ever get into the academy, and they say, Bob, you're a wonderful young man. I've been looking at your record. How would you like to work for me and become a field associate? We're going to put you through the academy, and you're going to do all of your training, and then you're going to be assigned, but we're going to have a handler for you, and you're going to report to this handler about the corruption that you see. And we have these field associates. And when I left, I remember specifically talking to the head of IAD and said, how many do we have? They never want to tell you, but we had at that time at least one in every precinct, and that meant 75. At some point in time, I recognized the interconnection between police brutality, particularly the excessive use of force, and corruption, and it set up a means of dealing with that. One of the things that I said to the head of Inspectional Services Bureau is I want you to turn those field associates into people that not only report corruption, but people who also report police brutality. Well, he said he'd do it. Next time I asked him about it, how's it going? He said, I got to tell you, Commissioner, the best guy on turning in corruption very frequently turns out to be very weak when it comes into turning another cop in for using excessive force. I said, keep trying.
Have you heard, or testimony or otherwise, about the fact that Officer Dowd and a group of officers with him operated openly, almost notoriously, in terms of their corrupt activities, that he had title to 4 different homes, working on a police officer's salary, and they was riding around in a red Corvette, which was a late year model. Have you heard all of that?
I heard that when I had time to catch it on TV. I do a few other things, so I don't have time to listen to this.
How would you explain that no one came forward to bring that information to the attention of IAD, and the fact is that it's quite possible if he had not been arrested as a result of the activity of the Suffolk County Police Department,
well, it was brought
he would still be a police officer.
It was brought to the attention of IAD. IAD may have chose not to take those cases, and that seems to be the case. I don't know about the Dowd case, but from what I'm hearing here and what I heard after the arrest, IAD appeared not to take those cases until pretty close to the time of the arrest, or maybe even at the time of the arrest. And they allowed those cases to be handled as individual cases down in the field. Now, I have to tell you, if you want to praise people as being so outstanding, then you have to say 5 years chasing somebody around that owns 6 pieces of real property, all registered in the county clerk's office, drives a $37,000 red sports car, brings it to work, and you don't find that guy and begin to build a case around that. you know, I'm getting pretty old, but I think I could make that case, and I don't think it'll take me 5 years.
Are you available?
Well, the last job you got me, or you didn't get it for me. After I accepted, they said, come more often, it's pro bono. So I've been going more often. It's still pro bono.
Commissioner Ward, so that you and Robert Goldman can follow me, I'm taking the liberty of referring to something that you apparently handed out to us.
Yes.
And I'm talking about a document called Department Initiatives, City of New York Police Department, January of 1984. And if you look at page 10, which covers initiatives, as I understand it, in the year 1987, which of course was a year when you were commissioner.
Yours is numbered by page?
Page 10.
At the bottom, it says initiatives.
Oh, okay, I got you, thank you. I'd like to stop at page 1 and note that it was Commissioner Raymond Kelly who was the person who prepared this document.
Yes, that's fair enough. It does do that.
Go ahead.
Now, you will see that that page 10 indicates as follows, quote, Management Conference Reintegrity. A high-level conference was held at Sterling Forest to discuss police integrity.
Yes.
My question, sir, is this. If you recall, were representatives of IAD and the inspectional services of the police department participants in that conference?
Yes, they were, as was the special prosecutor who was the keynote speaker, as I recall, Joe Hines.
And was this a conference designed to deal, was this a conference designed to deal with improving procedures within the IAD?
No, it was a conference designed to improve methods of dealing with corruption. You have to bear in mind now.
Well, that would include the IAD.
No, it was not a thought to reorganize the IAD. I've been trying to.
No, I didn't say reorganize. Would it include, and I think you've answered this,
Yes,
but I'm not sure you understood me. It would include, would it not, an attempt to keep improving the processes of IAD and also any other elements of the department which were concerned with anti-corruption techniques?
I don't remember the entire agenda. I know that.
No, I understand. It's a long time ago, but best you can recall.
We were certainly trying to improve our techniques. I have to tell you, in 1987, when I came in 1984, we had the 77th precinct, which was already 2 years old.
Well, but I'd like to stick to 87.
But I want to get to it. In 85.
If you don't mind, let's stick to 1987. I'm trying to find out, was this a training seminar?
It was a training seminar. And part of the reason this training seminar came about was in 1985, crack cocaine hit this city. I brought the message myself from the West Coast and told my chiefs, who after I left the room I suspect kind of laughed at me, that this phenomenon was ripe for street-level corruption because it was packaged in such small vials, such small containers. In fact, on the West Coast it was in glass seed envelopes, and it was so dirt cheap that anybody would be able to get involved in selling it, and they would be able to corrupt police officers. So I was particularly concerned about corruption, and we thought that this was going to be a corrupting factor.
So that this conference in Sterling Forest was really in reaction to that phenomenon.
No, I don't think it was a reaction. It's, you know, you tend to do the same things over and over again, and I always thought, and my mentor, Patrick V. Murphy before me, thought that periodically you need to get away from the telephones and get where the press can't get at you in the workaday world, and sit down and try to brainstorm, focus, and deal with specific problems, and that's what we were doing.
Well, fair enough, but the point I'm still trying to get at is, was it designed to continually alert everyone to the necessity of having the best procedures possible? Please, let me finish. To root out corruption within the police department of the City of New York.
I don't remember that as being a primary focus of it. My best recollection is that John Guido was the head of Inspectional Services Bureau at that time. I have to tell you, I had so much confidence in John Guido and so much confidence that he was doing the right thing that I would think at this point that probably would have not been the primary problem, because I would have thought that John Guido was doing that. That's the kind of confidence I had in the man.
John Guido retired in 1986.
He didn't resign in 86? Okay.
And we're talking about a meeting that took
87.
place in 1987.
All right. Then if John Guido was not there, that possibly was one of the focuses of the conference.
And you, as you, I think, have already indicated, you recall that there were people from IAD at the time who were there at this conference.
In my opinion, they would have been, because we made the cutoff at a certain level. I don't know whether it was at the deputy inspector or inspector level, but this was a high-ranking conference and with deputy commissioners, so that IAD people would have been there as well. I can't remember specifically who was there.
All right. Thank you.
Commissioner, with all due respect to your views and your attitudes and the policies that you tried to implement, would you agree that now, certainly in retrospect, during that period of time, 1986, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, that with the occurrences surrounding Officer Dowd, Urell, Hanbury, Cawley, others as well, Urikow, that there were some defects, some real serious problems in detecting and rooting out corruption within the department?
You know, from what I've heard here, what's come out here now, with the exception of the 77 precinct case, which we were working on, and so was Bob McGuire before me back to 1982, these cases all seem to come after John Guido left, and seem to exacerbate after John got out of there. I did not want to lose John. And I thought John was so critical to this department that even though we have a mandatory age of 63, I went to the mayor and said, I want to make this man a deputy commissioner and keep him. Help me. I'm going to bring him over here to see you. And I did. And John was very gracious with Mayor Koch. And he also said that he was going home and paint his house. And every time I heard from John, he was painting his house in Richmond Hill.
May I suggest that one of the reasons I raised the question about this 1987 conference was because of the fact, as the chairman brought out, John Guido, who of course has an excellent reputation, had left.
Yeah.
And to find out whether or not, that because of that, this was why the department was trying to have an effort at a high level or some other level to inculcate the best procedures possible of combating corruption.
It may be so, Judge, and I wish I could say positively, because it sounds like a great answer.
I can only ask
you what you
remember. I don't have a clear
recollection that that was the sole or even the major focus. I'm sure it was one of the focuses of it.
You suppose, or do you remember whether or not Daniel Sullivan was then in office as replacement to John Guido?
No, I don't, because he came in as soon as Dan Sullivan left. He succeeded.
Right, so that he would have
succeeded Guido.
Yes.
So that I think we can agree that that's what happened, as you suggest, and as the commissioner confirms. And therefore, I'm somewhat curious, was this a conference perhaps which Daniel Sullivan presided over or participated in?
No, Dan Sullivan did not preside over. It was set up in the typical conference fashion. I forget who was acting as conference leader. I mean, we may even have hired a private conference leader to be conference leader. My recollection is that we then broke down into workshops dealing with different aspects, and bringing my recollection back, on the second day or in the afternoon of the first day, ways in which we could improve on how we handle certain kinds of cases.
And therefore, I would assume, would you not, that somebody in the position that Daniel Sullivan then occupied, that he would have been there? I don't mean.
Oh, he was there.
I don't mean that he'd be the presiding teacher.
No. If he wasn't sick or on vacation, he was there.
All right.
Commissioner, I start with the assumption that I share your very high regard for John Guido. Just for your information, we spoke with former Chief Guido at length, and we share your admiration and respect for him. But I think you'll also agree that no one person can be the sole person. None of us will live eternally, unfortunately. And the guy, whether you got an extension from or not, there was going to be a time when John Guido left that position. Now, should not a system be in place which provides the best means of combating corruption, whether it's a John Guido or some successor of John Guido? You cannot, and I'm sure you're not suggesting, that the thing we have to do is take John Guido and keep him seated in that seat forever, and that's the way to combat corruption. What do we do about corruption now that John Guido is gone?
You know, hindsight's always 20/20, and today's solutions are solutions to today's problems. You have to understand that the table of organization, the format that's being criticized here today, grew out of the commission that immediately precedes you at a time when bosses were abdicating their responsibility and claiming they did not have the authority and therefore could not be held accountable. John Guido, along with Patrick V. Murphy, reshaped this department to say that never, never again will those bosses be able to parade themselves past a commission and say that I'm not responsible for corruption. I'm not responsible for brutality. It's somebody else's job. So we set up this bifurcated mechanism, which today you might want to criticize, in which the borough commander and his precinct's commanders are responsible. And if you have accountability, you can make them be responsible, because I promote everyone above the rank of captain, and I demote them. I mean, I had no problem in saying, I want you to go see the man next door. We had a nice name for him, but you went in and you saw him, and you made an offer that you couldn't refuse if you couldn't live up to your job, or if we could catch you actually doing something wrong, we'd bring you up on charges. But we held people accountable. I would love to be in office and be able to find out that somebody would take Dowd and his partner and drive them to a borough headquarters, to a meeting, and en route tell them, you know, you're kind of burning out. Why don't you put in a UF-57 request for transfer and go someplace else? I need that person that would do that, so that the next person that follows me would never have to be straddled with that kind of incompetence that would pass his corruption on as a contagion to some other area. And if that's true, and I heard it in this testimony, that should never be done. And accountability says, hold that guy accountable. Don't ever let him do that again.
Would you agree that one or more persons should have been held accountable for the actions of Officer Dowd?
I don't know enough about the Dowd facts. You know, the Times has not been covering it very greatly, and I get down to my trash bin where I get all of my other news, except on TV, only infrequently. So I don't know enough of the day-to-day facts of it, and I don't know who should have been responsible. It just seems to me that part of it may have been incompetence, and part of it, you know, was a failure to adjust the system.
Well, in other words, you're now being inconsistent with your just immediate prior testimony. You're being inconsistent with the statement you made a moment ago that strict accountability should be applied.
It should be applied, but I don't know. You see, you want to tie me in to the Dowd case, and before I
use
took
that as an example.
Well,
Merely as an example.
I want to tell you, Commissioner, I became the commissioner January 1, 1984, and I left October 1989. I've been out of this office 4 years, and I've been listening to some of this testimony, and I'm not going to be able to answer some of these questions that cover a 10-year period unless you can bring it into a time frame. I don't know enough about the Dowd case. It seems to me that anybody that was involved in that case there should be a degree of accountability, unless they can account for it. I'm not here to say that the special prosecutor had the final say in those cases. He did legally have the final say, but I never dreamed that I had abdicated my responsibility to Joe Hines because he was a special prosecutor. And Joe Hines and I had many arguments, including at least one long breakfast with the mayor over how we would manage some of these problems. So you can't abdicate the responsibility, not because you say you're afraid, not because you say that somebody's got paranoia. I mean, any of this crap. You take the money, you do the job, or take a walk.
Well, now, accountability is a key recommendation from you. Do you think...
And the NAP Commission, that's why I brought it to you.
Okay. Do you think the commissioner, police commissioner, needs some kind of mechanism to help him enforce or make sure that his bosses are accountable for the acts that they perform or fail to perform.
Yes. And
do you have any idea what kind of mechanism would be appropriate or prudent? Or?
as much as I'd like to resist offering my advice, I'll overcome my...
Give it an effort.
I'll give it an effort. And I'll tell you that I think that this commission may go down as having come up with what sounds like, from what's in the press, with a novel idea that may be a better idea than anything we've tried in the past. There is a problem with special prosecutors because there's an antagonism between prosecutors and managing agencies. There's an antagonism there. Prosecutors build cases. They don't want to go. You can't tell the prosecutor you can't have 15 cops running around committing crimes in the 77th precinct. Well, he says, no, we got to build a bigger case. We need more evidence. The commissioner can't do that. The mayor would be rid of that commissioner if he knew about it, because this guy's going to hurt or kill someone. So it's an antagonism. It's a problem. But I believe that big industry, all of the boards that I sit on, including the Police Foundation in Washington, have audits. I'm the head of the audit committee for the Police Foundation. We have Marwick, Pete, or whatever that big outfit is, come in and we do a sampling of the management of that agency. And we look, I think, quite frankly, without stripping the police commissioner of his ultimate authority to handle discipline and his authority to be held accountable, and read that memo that I wrote to Ray Kelly in 1992, long after I got out of the job, saying, don't let them dump this discipline over onto the Office of Trials and Hearings, that you got to be accountable. Hold Lee Brown accountable. Accountability has to be with you. I think if this commission was coming in every year, or every 2 years, or every 18 months, whatever is wiser people than me would come together as a reasonable time and go into those files and pull out samplings. Much the way the Zuccotti Committee did for me when I put the Zuccotti Committee together, and go in there. And they know you're coming. They know you're coming. And so they're going to see, why aren't these cases investigated? What about this case? And without parading a lot of perhaps well-meaning and some real rascals in front of the public and demoralizing the police department and maybe trashing the police as a public image. I'm not saying that you don't have to do that, but I don't think that serves an awful lot of public good. I think you might have stumbled on a way that may be a way to do it, because you know they're coming. I mean, you know they're coming. They would be helpful as well. I mean, there's an antagonism in the budget area in the police department. Every mayor in recent history thinks he has to have a management report every year, and a report every 6 months to show where we're going. Well, he has to get elected. I don't find fault with that. But he sets up indices, and his first deputy commissioner closely watches those indices. One of those indices is on patrol strength. You will come up and say, why don't we have more training and more in-service training? And why don't we do this, that, and the other? And that doesn't show up. When they're training, it doesn't show up as on patrol strength. So you have even those kinds of frictions. But I think that outside auditor, in looking, would see that. He would even see that there's no training. He would see that the integrity training perhaps has fallen apart. Or he would see that the on-patrol strength is up, but the training is down. And I think it would be extremely helpful, and I think it could be publicized in the media and keep commissioners on their toes, keep mayors on their toes, be very, very helpful to deputy mayors of criminal justice, would have a ready mechanism to deal with that. I think you could institutionalize it, quite frankly.
Some kind of outside monitoring or auditing?
An outside monitoring. I think an outside monitoring is a classic way that I'd never heard mentioned before of allowing the police commissioner to have ultimate responsibility with accountability, but having someone looking over his shoulder without the complications of a special prosecutor. Now listen, prosecutors are wonderful. And if they were as wonderful as we think they are, do you know any city with 7 prosecutors and 2 U.S. attorneys? Why, if prosecutors were what we needed to solve corruption problems and crime problems, New York ought to be the champion of the world. Here we are with 5 district attorneys in 1 city, 1 special narcotics prosecutor, and for 10 years, a special prosecutor for criminal justice, and 2 U.S. attorneys. And here you sit looking at the problems again.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anybody else? Anything further?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm just unclear about a few of the Commissioner's questions, if I may ask. Commissioner, with regard to the Michael Dowd investigation, am I to understand that during the time that you were Commissioner from January 1st of '84 to October of '89, you were never informed that there was an investigation into Dowd or other members of the 75th Precinct?
To the best of my recollection, I was never informed. And I only want to say to the best of my recollection because I took an oath. I said before, I was not informed. If you can bring something forth to say that, Ben, you're collecting Social Security now, if you forget, take a look at this. I'll take a look at it. And if you could refresh my recollection, I'll change my mind. But I never heard that name, to the best of my knowledge, from anyone, in or out of the department, until I read about it in the papers.
That is until he was arrested in May of '92?
That's my best recollection. I think I might have called somebody in the department and said, I used a little adjective, pronoun, what is this? How did this happen?
Well, just for the record, Michael Dowd's testimony and other departmental records show that between the period of 1985 to 1989, Michael Dowd's corrupt activities were in fact at their height during the time that you were sitting as police commissioner. My question is, when you had your briefings with either Chief Sullivan or any other person, did you ever inquire as to whether or not there were any significant investigations going on, especially in the aftermath of the 77th Precinct investigation?
All the time. And he never told me about any 75 Precinct investigation, nor did anyone else. Now he's also said that he was afraid of me. So I don't know. He's afraid to bring bad news. Maybe he thought that was bad news, but didn't tell me. I have to tell you that I believe the Internal Affairs Division and the ISB, the Inspectional Service Bureau, knew about those cases, whether or not Chief Moran sent a memo that signed or unsigned. That information got up to ISB. Why he didn't tell me about it, I don't know. But I also have to tell you that the police commissioner does not hear about a lot of field Internal Affairs Unit cases, because these are supposed to be non-criminal acts, the minor offenses that have not been taken over by the Internal Affairs Division, that the information is coming up through two lines, one through the chief of the borough, the borough commander, going up to his chief of patrol into the chief of operations, now called the chief of the department, and the other one going up through IAD to the ISB.
Well, is it your belief that they intentionally did not disclose this information to you?
I don't have any basis to say that on. I think they dropped the ball on Dowd. I think they made a mistake of dealing with 15 Dowd cases, if that's what it was, by trying to deal with them individually.
I understand
instead of putting them together and focusing on this guy and targeting him for a major investigation. It'll take 5 years to catch a Dowd.
After the 13 indictments were returned in the 77 Precinct case, did you ever inquire of Dan Sullivan or any other member of Inspectional Services whether or not there were other precinct-wide corruption situations?
Certainly did. I not only inquired of him, when they said no, I said, this kind of thing, it's happened in the 77, there's got to be a possibility that it could possibly happen someplace else. And so I said, let's brainstorm this problem. And I gave Richard Condon the job to do it. And let's see if we can come up with a set of indices that might possibly point us to those precincts where this might happen. And my recollection at this moment is that they came up with about 10 indices. A couple that I remember was persons who were arrested and claimed that their money was taken from them, stolen from them. Persons who were arrested and claimed they were beaten by the police officers. Civilian complaints that were filed against police officers. Those kinds of things. Get together and then take the 10 top precincts and design a strategy to deal with those 10 top precincts.
Well, with regard to those 10 top precincts, did you and your authority as police commissioner ever direct your chief of inspectional services or your internal affairs divisions to initiate investigations into any single one of those precincts?
No, I didn't.
Why not?
Because I didn't have to. Nothing was brought to my attention that required me to personally direct it. I'm telling you, I hired a person way out of the chain of command, outside of the department, had been out of the police department for some time, Richard Condon, my first deputy commissioner. I put him in charge of those things because when I left this department, it was the first deputy commissioner who was in charge of corruption. When I hired Patrick J. Murphy as my first deputy commissioner for the first 2 years, Patrick J. Murphy handled those cases for me, and we conferred regularly. But Sullivan and Guido reported to those people and talked to those people. Now, you couldn't see that on a table of organization, but that happens to be the way it operated. And that's the way it operated with Condon in there as well. So if there was a need to direct, you did. But I never heard about cases like Brown or some of these cases that you're raising here, so I didn't have the ability to direct those cases. But I have a hunch that maybe they didn't get up to, even to Richard Condon. I'm pretty sure they didn't, because I know he would have seen that the investigations were carried out.
Well, did you ever follow up with Mr. Condon with regard to this information you had about these 10 most corrupt precincts? Did you ever ask him, Dick, what are you doing about these cases?
We didn't say them were 10 most corrupt precincts, Joe, Mr. Mayor. I didn't say the 10 most corrupt precincts.
I'm sorry, you said
we just tried to establish an instrument, almost like a risk screening instrument, that we could possibly say that looking at these precincts, based on this risk screen that we had, that these are precincts that perhaps we should be concerned about. So we always saw the 3-4 precinct as a precinct that possibly would come up, and that's a lot of drugs up there, a lot of drugs being sold in the street, a large amount of arrests, a large amount of crimes, a large amount of civilian complaints. That's the kind of precinct that we would expect to come up. The 75 precinct was always up in those areas, but I don't call them the 10 top corrupt precincts. I didn't have that information.
Well, you said you assigned that responsibility to Mr. Condon and your Chief of Inspectional Services.
But I never abdicated responsibility. I want to tell you that, I operated with my first deputy commissioner as if he was my alter ego.
So what did he do about it?
Joined at the hip.
So what did he or the Chief of Inspectional Services do?
Whatever I told him to do, or whatever he thought was appropriate when I didn't tell him.
What did you tell him to do about it?
Well, about what?
When you were tabulating these risk factors, these corruption hazards in these various precincts, I'm wondering, based on that information, did you have a conversation with either your first deputy or the Chief of Inspectional Services and direct them to conduct investigations?
Mr. Mayor, with all due respect to your background, the police department is not necessarily run that way. I told him whatever I had to tell him about a particular case. One of the ways that we would deal with some of these cases is we would try to set up integrity tests. And we set up integrity tests. We'd try to set up stings to see whether or not a policeman would come into these stings. There's reluctance for stings because stings can get cops hurt. Stings can cause major problems. We had cops hurt, and we've had cops damn near hurt, when somebody's in there supposed to be the bad guy and the cop is coming in not doing the right thing, and this guy, he thinks this guy's the bad guy, and actually there were a few lieutenants there to take this guy out. Everybody's got guns. It can get a little touchy. But we set up sting operations. The main thing to do, Mr. Mayor, is to try to design a strategy to deal with that problem. That's what I asked them to do, and to do that through ISB, commanding officer of ISB.
Excuse me, Mr. Armel, could you bear with us a minute?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do we really have any other need for holding on to Commissioner Ward? Do we have any other questions to ask him?
He likes me.
Judge, I did have just one or two other questions, if I might.
All right, go ahead.
Commissioner, just one other question. With regard to the competing priorities within the department that you spoke of before in budget and resources, we've had testimony before the Commission that the Internal Affairs Division...
I'm sorry, my wife just arrived from filming her latest movie.
She probably came to vouch for your. She came to vouch for your credibility, Commissioner.
Huh?
She came to vouch for your credibility.
Okay. I'm glad she's even support. That's wonderful.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. That the Internal Affairs Division and the anti-corruption apparatus of the department was not allocated the resources that was necessary to do that job during the years of your tenure. Do you recall whether or not, in fact, ISB did receive a low priority with regard to resources, money, and what have you?
Not when I was there. Not when I was there. They got every single thing that they asked for, and they were a high priority factor. I had continuous fights with the budget director, as all commissioners do, as the city tries to control its budget. Whenever the budget director challenged me on anything I asked for, under Koch's administration, you had the ability to appeal to the mayor. I always appealed to the mayor. I cannot remember a situation when I lost. I cannot remember anything that ISB ever asked for that they did not get. In addition to that, not widely known, although it's been reported in the press, I had a pot of money to me, available to me, quite substantial pot of money available to me that I could dole out for fighting crime, because this was money confiscated from drug raids and then sent to the police department through the federal forfeiture land program. So we bought all of the vans and two-way night scopes and all of the stuff that you need. Just look at the narcotics division and see how well they're equipped, and tell me that we didn't spend where it was needed if you don't ask. I mean, if you're afraid I'm going to shoot you, for Christ's sake, you must be afraid to ask me for money.
Commissioner, I think what Mr. Armao is alluding to is testimony by, I think it was Commissioner Chief Sullivan, that IAD was treated like a stepchild, that they didn't have the equipment they needed to make in-house training films. They had old vehicles that were easily spotted by other police officers, nor were they given the kind of support that they needed to enable the unit to function effectively.
Judge Evans, don't buy that. It's just not true. You got what you asked for. And I tell you, if anything, I had hundreds and hundreds of cars. Don't you recall that I was confiscating cars all over Washington Heights, and these nice families coming from Westchester and Fairfield County and Jersey and to buy drugs, and I'd snatch their car and keep it and sell most of those cars, and we use those cars wherever they were needed, including giving some out to other departments and selling some and putting the money in. The money was there. If you asked for it, you could have gotten it. And if they didn't ask for it, you know, I tell you, I'll admit that I didn't go around inventory to see if they had the equipment that they need. I never was an internal affairs investigator. I was a detective and a prosecutor.
Anything further?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you very much. Sir, with your permission, I want to meet the press outside of this room.